Welcome back to the party, everybody. How you guys doing? We got somebody already. What is good? Kluke is in the building. What's going on? We got Jihad. What is going on, guys? I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And today, we are questioning, is Sneako converting to Islam? But real quick, before we do that, I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsor of the stream, my6shirt.com. Whatever your flavor, they've got it. And not only can you get the original Indian Jesus shirt, but we got a brand new design. Jesus was an ass man. You goddamn right. Only get it at my6shirt.com. So real quick, before we begin, I want to give a shout out to the replay gang. If you are watching this afterwards, I'm guaranteeing, even though it didn't actually just happen yet, we're about to have a good ass time, but you missed it. So if you want to be here and actually be part of the show, even though you'll still enjoy the replay, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, come here. Hit that subscribe bell, hit the subscribe button, ring the bell. It'll bring you right here. Let's get into it. Is Sneako converting to Islam? Hey, we got Trey in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I'll actually just show you. I'll show you exactly what got me down this line of thinking. Let me get rid of this. And before we do any of that, let's just pick up where I left off, and let's see. Let's see.
And now you're back at Target buying groceries.
Yeah, I had Adam22 on my stream, and he says that he does a podcast right now where he talks to the porn stars and then he films a porno with them afterwards. Personally, not for me. That's not how, especially like he just had a kid. That's not what I want to raise my children with. And
so I'm just watching a random Sneako video. And I see him getting a little bit deeper than he has been recently. You know, originally when he started blowing up streaming, he was very all over the place, and especially with the red pill stuff, we weren't sure what was going on. But then some of this happened.
You know what? I ain't gonna lie. Before finding God and becoming more grounded and more centered in like what I believe in and what I don't, I think that I was like kind of questioning doing some shit like that too. I never fully decided it, but it was like maybe I should, but no.
He's talking about the other dude that he's watching, like just doing whatever for clicks and hanging out with prawn stars and putting whatever in your video. Sneako did indeed take a few wild turns, and I don't think he's done. I don't think he's done. And if you guys haven't seen what he did with this one, then another turn might be afoot.
I don't want to raise my kid with that type of energy. I think that's bad.
I actually just applied to work at Target a week ago.
She loved it that much? Well, should we show
I like the normalcy of it. I think I might be blacklisted.
You've definitely been blacked. Okay, quick road trip.
You've definitely been blacked. Ew, man.
Brings famous windmills. 3 out of 4 participants still awake. We do have 1 snoozer.
It's going pretty good so far. Mike's been telling us a lot of funny stories. He read us a chapter from his. Was that the new book you're writing?
Oh,
it was
God.
very, very interesting. It was about.
I'm sure it was super interesting.
You getting head underwater from Emily right here.
All right, we got to the house in Joshua Tree. Show them like kind of the setting a little bit. Just desert. There's literally just nothing.
Hey, we got Revolvement in the building. What is going on? What is going on? And Indie Film. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, guys. Welcome. We are just watching the lead up to why I think Sneako might be converting to Islam. We'll see. We'll see.
Miles and miles and miles. First of all, yeah, this guy welcomes you. I don't know if that's supposed to welcome you or scare you. It kind of scares me a little bit. This is what like a Joshua Tree retreat kind of looks like. It's very calm and peaceful. There's water. Listen. Dude, tell me this isn't dope.
Looks sick, yeah. Oh, the license plate?
Bro.
It's cool. There's nothing nowhere around us, really.
Somewhere, one of these...
Yo, how old is Mike Majlak doing this stuff? I get 25, 26. At a certain age, just like raise a family, man. What do you like? Silly dude. Oh, yeah, he definitely gets like blacked.
places around us. It's like the Hills Have Eyes people.
Someone has like a daughter in the fucking basement for like 20 years.
Exactly. Like the product of a nuclear test by the U.S. military like some 50, 60 years ago, and they have like 4 fucking
These are people, I don't think they're bad people. They're having fun with life and everything, but this is the result of a life where you're just chasing dopamine. When you're just looking for clout, when you're just looking for money, when you're just looking for cheap sex with people like devoid of anything meaningful, that's when you date a porn star. That's when you don't even care about the stuff you put on camera. Everything is just about money, numbers, the next thing, and there's no love. There's no God. This is the result, which they're having fun, but eventually it's not sustainable. It's not.
So you'd probably expect, knowing me, the super atheist, to be like, oh no, now he's going to turn to God and da da da. But I think you guys would be surprised. You know, I talk a big game about how we share these values and da 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 da. Sneako is talking exactly about what I'm talking about, except he's just using, you know, different words. The notion of replacing that and having a worldview in general is what is needed, is what is missing. Yeah, right. And exactly. So Jay's saying the same guy who just told Abba that he was never going to slow down. And maybe he was just doing that, just playing up his character for the views. And maybe he really was thinking that at the time, and he's being heavily influenced by Tate and whatever. And now as he's kind of getting a little further into this and talking to more people, talking to people like Destiny and even Nick Fuentes, people of different opinions. Maybe he's evening out a little bit. But let's watch a little bit more of this one, and then we'll get to the main event.
Sustainable. How old is he? He's 37?
37. Come on.
Guys, we just did that Sidemen Tinder video. 25 million views on it last time.
25 million! Bomboka! 25 million on the Sidemen Tinder video. 25 million kids saw that and then figured out about all these porn stars that they didn't know about before.
What have your guys' inboxes been like?
A lot of British guys. And they use a lot of slang. I don't know what it means. Like, they say fit a lot. Like, you're very fit.
Have any of them said pang?
What? A lot. They comment on my Instagram. That.
What happened to your guys' OF pages in, like, the weeks after?
I had the best month of my career.
There you go. What did I say? She had the best month of her career because of Sidemen. Do you see how much traffic they're funneling to hoes that make men sadder? OnlyFans is the most detrimental thing to the minds of young men today. And look, because of Sidemen Tinder, she had her best month ever. Which means as a result, all those people that signed up had the worst month ever, man. Bumbleclot, bro. Bumbleclot.
And I made just under $1 million.
Jesus.
She made $1 million a month because of Sidemen. This is what they do with their
1
platform.
month.
This is what you do when you get a bunch of money and you just chase numbers.
It was like unmanageable. Like I could not manage my own OnlyFans. It was wild.
And it's all Brits, right? Like just a lot of
everybody from the Sidemen people that wanted to see more.
You see? Exactly what the fuck I said, man.
People that wanted to see more.
This is not a good thing. Why does Mike at any point think that this is good? How did the Sidemen not sit down and think about the effect that this would have? Yes, they would cash out. Yes, those fucking whores would cash out. But what did you think? Did you ever think about your audience? You call my shit, you call an entrepreneurship course, the creativity kit, a pyramid scheme, while you're telling your audience to spend money on nothing, on a nut.
So Valman's asking for a little backstory on Sneako. That's a long story. So I didn't know anybody to know who Sneako was. He's been online since he was like 14. Always been making videos, and up until like maybe the last 2 or 3 months, he's always made like video essays. They were very thoughtful. And then all of a sudden he came out as this streamer who was like a Andrew Tate wannabe and following right in that lane. And he carved out a good space for him. So, he's doing pretty well for himself. And it's starting to just seem like when he was blowing up, he capitalized on that and got a big audience. And then now he's got a little bit more of a clearer message. See a little bit more of this.
I'll just stand over here. No, y'all do your thing. I'll go here. If you could have sex with any member of the Sidemen, who would it be?
George.
Okay, so George is actually not a member of the Sidemen. What is it about George that makes you so hot and bothered?
He's cute and he has a nice beard.
He does. George has a really nice beard. Shout out George. And shout out to George's girlfriend as well.
Oh fuck, I take it back.
Yeah,
Never mind.
whatever.
I'm gonna say either KSI or Logan.
I hadn't ever met KSI in like real life, and then I saw him, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, and right now you're thinking, you know how many guys are thinking, oh my God, they're so hot. Like, yeah, they're attractive, but bro, they have lip fillers, they got the and they're devoid of any personality. You know what their personality is? Yeah, I think that's good. That's kind of cute. That's hot. Do you think they're going to say anything interesting? Do you think they're going to say anything funny on their own? Or are they just going to react to what the fuck you said? Are they just going to respond to what's happening? They have no personality. They're just there, bubbly, taking all their attention, high off of clout, high off of attention. This giant smile with the giant is the result of men getting sadder. That's why they look this fucking happy.
And there's definitely a subset of dude who is, that's all they want, is just somebody to have around, to be an arm piece and to laugh at. But the way it's perceived, the way it's portrayed, is as if this is the pinnacle of experience with the opposite sex. Like that, obviously, except for having sex. And that's not, that's just not the case. Any film says, humble brag. People say things to me like you're fit, you're hot, you're beautiful. I don't know what they mean. I mean, it's so hard being mean. I made over 1 million I made over 1 million last month. It's so tough. Yeah. I mean, it's not even humble. It's just bragging. Like that's humble means you're trying to hide it, the fact that you're bragging a little bit, but no, they're just bragging. They're just bragging. So we get to, this is a lot different than what we were seeing, when what's his face? When Sneako was talking to ABBA and even when he's talking to Destiny. In both instances, we were watching. That's not really the message we got. And who just said it? Trey was just talking about how Sneako was saying that he's never going to slow down. He's always going to want to do this, and he's going to have 20 women and do. That's a good one. He's going to have 20 women and da 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 da. So when I see this, I was like, okay, I see a little bit. Maybe we're balancing out. Maybe we're balancing out. Maybe there's hope for Sneako yet. And I actually saw that Sneako he sat down with this podcast group called the Muslims and had a conversation after on one of Sneako's streams, he was making fun of the Muslim prayer and a bunch of people came after him. And I guess because of the fact that Islam has a lot of traditional values, there's a lot of overlap between kids who, like the young men who watch red pill content and young men who are Muslim. So when he made fun of the Muslim prayer, of course, we can make fun of anybody. But when it comes to Muslims and their prophet, well, don't go there. So he got in a bunch, not trouble, of course, but he got a bunch of shit for making fun of that. And he wanted to sit down with the Muslims and see what it was all about. So I saw that was there. But before we get into that, I just wanted to give a little bit of context on who the Muslims are. And I thought I saw this video and it was just chef's kiss perfect. If you guys will remember, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was on Darshan McAway's platform and I was talking to that guy, Henry, who was pretty much big brothering me just because I was an atheist and because he was older than me. If you don't remember, you can go back and watch it. But the headline was he thought that he had me on something because he asked why I named why I felt it was okay to name my channel The Indian Jesus and use blasphemy. And I said, I don't think it is blasphemy. And then wherever he was, there was a clap of thunder. He's like, did you hear that? Did you hear that? As soon as you said that, God was whatever. Trey said he has some wild race and culture takes. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. So with that being said, this was the perfect introduction for our boys, the Muslims.
There's no God. God ain't real, okay? If there was a God, there would be a lightning strike in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, this is very concerning.
So already, you have to kind of know where they're going to go with this. They're like, oh, well, you tested God. And when I first saw that TikTok, my assumption was, okay, this dude's in a storm. The thunder has a pretty significant distance from the lightning, or the time between the thunder and the lightning is enough that you could say there's no God. If there's a God, then and that's what I'm thinking. That the thunder goes, and he already he already did that, specifically knowing the lightning was coming. Let's see.
Got him.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Got him.
Subhanallah. He said, okay, this is very concerning. Like, he was so confident too.
Yeah, subhanallah. And why is it why is it a bad thing that God exists? Why is it concerning for you? Like, why is it like a blemish in your life now that God exists? SubhanAllah. But yeah.
I'm not going to react to them too much. Let's just play a little bit of this to get who they are, and then we'll get into the conversation with Sneako.
Because then it entails that he has to revisit all the ways that he thinks and that he looks at life.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That is the story of life. That's what we're here to do. We're here to be wrong, be corrected, to do better, inshallah. So I hope he does that. Let's be honest, he probably just put it up to coincidence. He's probably like, after the video, because it was comedic, it was funny, but probably after the video, he was like, no, it was just a coincidence. He tried it 3 times after that work. But subhanAllah, imagine what if Allah SWT actually used that against him on the day of judgment? Think about it. It's like, you asked for it, I gave it to you, you denied it, what more do you want?
And it's like, bro, like, do you really need that many signs?
Yeah.
Like, all you need is one.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, especially when you look at Islam, when you look at the Quran, when you look at the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it's like these things alone, it's undeniable, completely undeniable. And on top of that, you have something, you witness something like that, and whatever personal anecdotal experiences you have as an individual, these different things that point you towards God. And at the end, you still chop it up to coincidence or probability, even though the probability is extremely low. That's just honestly that baffles me, bro. Especially when atheists tend to be so intelligent, and, based on probabilistic standpoints and all of that. It's like probability saying God exists, to be honest. Where you at?
And so you're not going to see any kind of rational debate. You're not going to see them challenging each other. They're Muslims. They believe in Islam. They think that God is whatever it is, and that's the end of it. Fair enough. I'm not here to make fun of anybody just for I guess that means God exists, right? In any film. And what I want to so we can get rid of this. What I want to pay attention to as so it's this other guy, it was these 3, and then this is obviously Sneako. So what I want us to pay attention to as we're listening to their conversation, one is, how do they reconcile the problems with Islam, and whatever your religion is, that it's not perfect, and like things to do with women, whatever it is. Again, I don't want to get into their conversation too much. I want to let that play out. But how do they respond to the cultural differences of Islam versus Western values? And then, are they internally consistent? Meaning, even if their ideology is cuckoo, is it make sense within itself? If you wanted to be deluded into believing that this God existed, then do the rules that they're putting out, does it make sense that, okay, if God exists, if the Quran is the truth, if all of that, then does this all make sense? Those are the 2 main things I want us to pay attention to. So without further ado, let's dive right in. Oh, wrong one.
I'm getting a lot of threats. I'm being honest, bro. Religion of peace. The stuff I'm getting is very, very, very violent, and you know how it gets. A lot of, well, like, I'm gonna slit your throat. I'm gonna come and find you. I'm gonna come to attack you. They're even like racial slurs, but I get it. It's a lot of people. It's the internet. It's the nature of the internet. But I do think that the clips were taken out of context. But I will learn. I want to learn why that was disrespectful. I want to show people why that was disrespectful.
Yeah,
what you about to say?
I think an important fact on both halves, right? On both halves, in terms of the people sending you threats and you yourself, is that in Islam we separate the sin from the person. So we can accept that obviously what you did is the sin that we dislike and not the person, and that's what it is. As well as in Islam, you want to obviously say you're getting some crazy messages for the religion of peace. However, obviously we separate the person from the sin. It's that same thing. So it's good on both halves, that type of thing, you know what I mean?
And you guys have seen the clip. I'm going to play it. I could share the screen, but it's really short. I'm just going to play it real quick for them, so they understand. Okay, I played the clip. Now I can stop playing it. I won't do that again. Basically, it was taken out of context. That clip, I don't know if you see in the original stream, but I was actually reacting to acts of haram. I was reacting towards people who are walking around with their dicks out, people at pride parades, Western women acting like hoes. And so in response, I was doing mocking the Muslim prayer sound.
So if you're not familiar, haram, I mean, I'm pretty sure haram just means anything that's not okay according to the standards of the Quran.
Can you explain to me why that's disrespectful?
All right, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First and foremost, when it comes to mocking anything, you're always going to have people that are angry that that thing is being mocked, especially when you have something like religion, because religion is not just something that people adhere to or like, it's something that they identify themselves with. So when you have a go in that, and I know that probably wasn't your intention, right, as you just clarified, but when you have a go at something that is so dear to them and make it kind of into a joke, especially when it's out of context, right, you're going to have that kind of heightened reaction. So in
Trey's not feeling it.
Islam, we have various verses in the Quran that talk about mockery, and that the people, in the past, they would actually mockingly say, tell God to bring this punishment that you're talking about. The prophets would come, warn them about punishment, and they'd be like, okay, bring the punishment. Then Allah would? God would punish them, he would destroy them. And that's literally the end of them. Ad and Thamud and these people that are mentioned in the Quran, there's no sight of them anymore. There's no remnants of them anymore. And other people, whether it's hypocritical Muslims or angry, hateful disbelievers, they'll come and they will mock us in our religion. And the Quran says on the Day of Judgment, they will be mocked. The last thing I want to mention is...
So notice right there, he said that it was hateful people that was mocking their religion. Didn't seem hateful what Sneako was doing, and doesn't seem hateful what I've heard a lot of people do when they just simply acknowledge the inconsistencies in the Muslim ideology. So keep in mind, he's already framing it that if you're mocking Islam, that you're coming from a place of hatred, which is not necessarily the case.
There's a narration from the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and a brother actually reached out to me first and he wanted me to mention this hadith, and it's very beautiful. And I think it'll summarize how Muslims, act towards the religion. The Prophet, peace be upon him, he said that no one will truly have faith, no one will truly believe until they love me, until we love the Prophet more than ourselves, our parents, and our children. So when we have, any mockery of what the Prophet and Allah brought to us, we're going to get more angry than if you were to mock me. Like if you were to sit here and call me stupid and ugly, I wouldn't care. But as soon as you mention something about our beloved Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, this is someone who we would literally die for if we lived at his time.
He said it himself. This is someone we will literally die for. So we're already getting a picture of what this worldview looks like. I don't care about me. I'm just a lowly human of this wasteland of earth. But Prophet Muhammad and Allah, they're in paradise. They're literal gods, and they're in paradise. That's separate than here. I would die. I would give up this lowly life to be with them. Of course I would. So already the notion of I would literally die gets flipped on its head. If you think that that's paradise and this is just a waiting room, why wouldn't you want to die? Why haven't you killed yourself already?
The companions took arrows for him gladly, rocks to the face. They got beat up, they were stabbed, they were murdered. And they did it happily because they loved the Prophet and they loved the religion. They love Allah more than they love themselves and their families.
What was your reaction when you
And their
saw
families.
that montage?
Bro, I'm so happy you asked because I wanted to talk about this, bro. I was so mad. Honestly, emotionally, I looked at it and we didn't know each other. We didn't talk before the stream.
No.
But when I saw that, emotionally, I'm like, honestly, I was like, hell with this guy. Screw this guy, you know, he's being not just ignorant, but arrogant and, you know, making fun of our religion. Who does he think he is? That was my emotional reaction. Later on, when I calmed down, the logical side of me is like, you know,
Which of course he wasn't. I mean, I guess he was, but it's not like he was attacking you. Like he was just, it was a joke. Like, get over it.
maybe he just doesn't know. You know, it's just the private surroundings, and you know, you joke a lot generally. I think so.
I'm making fun of every religion. And before you continue, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the other day I had this guy Nick Fuentes on who speaks about Jews a lot, and I did the Hava Havina Gala. I was making fun of the Jewish prayer song too. I make fun.
They're like, oh yeah, we're down with that. F the Jews.
Of every race, every religion. I don't discriminate when it comes to jokes, but I understand. But yeah, just continue.
But they that they know that. They know that, and they will come to see that it was not any type of attack on Islam. But they believe that their ideology is such that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it was a joke. This is the Prophet Muhammad we're talking about. You don't get to talk about it like you would anything else. This isn't America. You don't get to you know, your words don't mean what they mean. Your words are violence. You see how this gets really shifty really quickly. Mapplethorpe picked the right religion to taunt. Rushdie did not. I don't know who Mapplethorpe is, and I assume you mean Salman Rushdie. But I'm gonna guess he Mapplethorpe taunted Christianity. I don't know. I'm trying here.
100%. And that's when the more logical side came out, and I'm like, he probably doesn't mean for it to be disrespectful. And I know that you on your stream yesterday you mentioned that you understand why it's disrespectful and that you won't do it again. And for me, that's enough. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh no, you need to say you're sorry. You need to say the words. If that's what you mean and you adhere to that, bro, we're chill, we're cool as far as I'm concerned. But I was very pissed when I saw, especially dancing to the Quran, bro. My heart literally was enraged.
Why though? Why is that so enraging?
Can you explain to me why that's wrong? Because I thought that it's music, and I wasn't trying to make fun of it. I was trying to poke fun at myself and like my ignorance to the religion, because I talk a lot about wanting to convert to Islam. Islam has always been like, I talk about this all the time. That's why I have Moose on the top right. I've always talked about how the religion that I identify with the most is Islam. I have Dave Chappelle is like, I have his autograph right here. He's Islamic. I have Malcolm X in my banner. I don't know if you claim him. He's part of the Nation of Islam. I know that there's some differences, but I'm trying to make fun of myself and my ignorance and not fully understanding it. But
just to correct you, Malcolm X was part of the Nation of Islam, but then he left and became a proper Muslim.
And he filmed. That's awesome.
And that's when they got him.
Yeah.
What was your reaction, Fan?
My reaction, bro, was you were mentioning something about how you were mocking, you know, people that are woke, the pride parades, feminists. I understand that. How that related to mocking the Muslim prayer, there was just a disconnect there. You know, maybe
it's very clear. He just explained it. He was making fun of things that weren't haram, the pride parade stuff. And so he was making the joke that, oh no, I need to pray because I don't agree with this. I want to be, you know, more traditional like the Muslim religion. It's not funny when you explain it like that, but when he just goes, then yeah, it's a lot funnier.
I understand the link, but I mean, yeah, I would have the same reaction if anyone was mocked it. In one hand, I'm enraged like Rami, but I also understand the state of ignorance that people are in. You know what I mean? I don't think you intended to mean disrespect. So at the end of the day, a lot of Muslims will have hate and will come at you sideways, and I'm sure you experienced that, bro. You DM me about that. But trust me, when it all comes down to reality, if someone repents, someone turns back to Allah, bro, who are we to, you know, put barriers in between them and Allah? We're no one, you know?
Anil, can you answer this for me? Islam is always called the religion of peace, but the messages I'm getting, it does not seem peaceful. Like, that's my honest reaction. The amount of people sending hate and wishing death and violence and saying, I'm going to choke you. Like, they're very descriptive. Like, there's going to be Muslims standing outside with baseball bats. You're very descriptive about the ways you're going to be violent. How can you say a religion of peace?
So this is where, again, we're looking for, is this a consistent worldview? Is this internally logical? It's the religion of peace.
It doesn't make it permissible just because people are doing it. You know what I mean? It's still sinful.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, bro, like Islam is known to be perfect, but Muslims are known to be imperfect. So in all as humans, bro, we're emotional. We act off emotions. We have egos, and yeah, bro. Most Muslims are very, very. I guess you could say they have that almost like protective quality. So when someone is talking bad about the religion, or they're mocking you, or they're doing something like that, they are very quick to stand their ground.
So what he's saying is that because they're so emotional about their religion, that is supposed to be the religion of peace, that, again, specifically Muslims, will say violent things. Unlike any other group, you know, you'll have, I mean, violent groups, but extreme Muslims are pretty much up there. Pretty much up there. What's a pretty good pushback?
And say what they gotta say, which, you know, a lot of times it could be seen as a bad thing, but in reality, like, look at all the other religions. Like, they don't stand for anything. Mm-hmm. So in essence, it's a bad thing, but
other religions don't stand for anything. I'm pretty sure that's not right, because your religion is based on the two other major religions that were already in existence for forever, for centuries. So already we're getting a little bit. I mean, I expect them to be biased towards Islam. They're Muslims. I expect that, but
it's also a good thing.
Yeah, I was when he first made the joke, I remember calling in the stream after, and I was telling him there's different moral tolerance between different people and different groups and those things. So I would tell him, like, look, with someone might be able to joke about someone else's mum. But to me, if you joke about my mum, I'm going to spark you in the jaw, and that's just how it is. That's just my moral tolerance. You can't joke about my mum, and it's that simple. You know what I mean? So some people might be able to say, oh, it's calm, I'll just joke about his mum as well. But with me, that doesn't, I'm not going to let that slide. If I don't know you and you're going to make your mum joke, my moral tolerance is that I'm not going to let that slide. And in Islam, there's a different moral tolerance in that community. So the moral tolerance is we're not going to let these jokes slide. Now,
so we're in Muslim circles, the morality of your words change to a much more drastic degree. So again, we're seeing the changes, and if that's the case, will the rest of what they say follow?
The moral tolerance in the Christian community might be different. The moral tolerance in the Jewish community might be different. But the moral tolerance in Islam is different to the rest of them in the sense that we're just not going to let stuff slide.
Yeah, but I do want to. Okay, you want to go? I was just going to quickly say that I want to add to what Musa said, his point. And in Islam, if you sin, it's bad, obviously. But if you publicize your sins, it's another thing too.
Oh, okay. So what I realized just now is this guy is Sneako's editor. He's a Muslim dude, but he's Sneako's editor. So these three are the guys from the podcast. This is Sneako, and Sneako's Muslim editor.
So what he was saying, because the more you publicize your sins, the more you're open to it, the more you basically create an image of not taking the commandments of Allah, of God, seriously.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we draw a line between the anger that people feel, which is good, which is right, which is justified. Islamically, we should love what Allah loves and hate or not love what Allah hates or does not love, right? That's a concept. It's called al-wala wal-bara. But I
don't think we should hate anything. That's just me. Maybe hate doesn't have a place in the modern world. Just one man's opinion.
What should be separated is the action itself. Just because I'm angry, on behalf of my religion and Muslims and the Prophet, peace be upon him, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, doesn't mean that I can go and, cut people up and threaten people's lives. And when did the Prophet, peace be upon him, just threaten?
But you want to. And maybe you are going to hold back. But if you perpetuate a culture of this, then you're begging for people to not have that self-control. Unless you're saying you are the absolute worst of the community, then inherently sewing into the fabric of your ideology that there are things that you should hate for no other reason than because you are told to hate it is going to lead to violence.
People's lives. The only time the Muslims got violent is in a state of war, when there's one nation fighting another nation. And even then,
the only time, wow, he said the only time Muslims got violent, the only time,
they had rules of war. They wouldn't, they wouldn't even disfigure the face of the dead. They wouldn't harm any innocents, anyone who's not combatant into all these things. So who are
any
you?
innocents. They wouldn't harm any innocents. What the bullshit there is how they define who is an innocent. Somebody who's an apostate, meaning they no longer believe in the religion, they're not innocent. Somebody who does haram, somebody who does any, dresses in a way they don't like, eats pork, they're not innocent. But it sounds nice, right? It sounds nice to say, oh, we don't harm any innocents. What do you mean innocent?
As a Muslim, think about it. You're supposed to be an ambassador of Islam. You're supposed to, and this is actually the main reason I wanted to do this, because I know there are going to be people who make Islam look bad, Muslims who make Islam look bad by being violent and threatening and all these things that Islam actually does not allow. In Islam, we're actually supposed to obey the law of the land that we live in. By virtue of living in that land, out of respect, we obey that law. So imagine you, a Muslim, just preaching about how you're going to go against that law and murder someone or cut someone, threaten someone's life. This is not something that the Prophet, peace be upon him, would do. Rather, a lot of the time, he responded to ignorance and intolerance just with the simple facts. He would tell people what's up. He would remind people what's going to happen if they don't stop doing what they're doing. And when Islam became a state, there were certain punishments for things, but we don't have a state. So we do what the Prophet, peace be upon him, did. And that's just have these conversations. You see the brothers very accepting of, the fact that we find it disrespectful, and he's respectful.
Yeah, and even said, yes, of course, there's always a war going on somewhere. And I remember that, as I say, I skim through these before I bring them to you guys to make sure they're worthwhile. And if you know about the word jihad and what that actually means, there's always a war going on somewhere.
And saying that he's not going to do it again. What more do you want from God?
Don't you think that we should talk about how they took the clips out of context? Do you think in that situation the context is important?
I think context
is
the
internet, social. That's just social media for you, bro.
Yeah, I think context is always important, and no matter what you're talking about, whether it's something I say or something that's written in like scripture, so it's always important. But then taking out of context, like they said, it's just the internet. I think there are people, probably Muslims as well, that just genuinely don't like you and a lot of the things you preach, so they're going to do as much as they can to make.
I would bet, any film says the 11-9 guys obey the law. I would bet these guys would say that even though the gentleman who, according to the national story, well, let's not get into that, but according to the national story, the national narrative, the men who flew into those towers were much better Muslims than these guys with all their their Western shit. But I bet you that they would say that, oh, they weren't real Muslims. They were just these fringe extremists. But especially in religion, in politics, that works. Because at the core of a political ideology, usually, is something good. But when you have at the core of your ideology a book that outlines the murder of people and is based on, bullshit from centuries ago, it's really hard to circle that square. And so that's why I'm asking, is it internally consistent to be a Muslim in 2022, and especially in America? I have no idea what that means. But good question. Good question, indie film.
I have a very large Muslim audience. I think that's why I'm losing subscribers. I'm getting a lot of messages from these people. I don't know what, but I have a lot of message that relates to a lot of Islamic people. What do you think that connection is?
The violence inherent in the religion, but they won't say that.
I honestly don't know.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I think you do not like the left. And as Muslims, we don't agree fully with the left either. But it doesn't mean we're now far right.
Yeah.
But we don't.
So that was the same dude, right in the middle here. He was the same dude who 30 seconds ago was like, I don't understand the connection between, you said you were watching Pride Parade stuff, and then you did that. Like, what do you mean? You just made the connection yourself. And it was a non sequitur. We weren't even talking about that. So maybe you're being a little defensive. Maybe.
We agree with the right as well. We
Yeah.
have our own beliefs. You know.
Yeah. I think there's also a line with masculinity and Islam, because Islam is very, very clear on a man and what a man should be. And we look at the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as our role model. He had everything. You know, he was courageous, he was brave, he was also kind when he needed to be, he was firm and harsh when he needed to be.
Hashtag simp for Allah.
And these are all beautiful traits that a man should have. So I think certain things that you preach, there's a certain, I'd say, demographic of young Muslim men that love hearing about masculinity. And these are the same young Muslim men that go and listen to Andrew Tate. I don't want to say despise, but really strongly dislike a lot of the things that Andrew Tate says.
Really?
And yeah, a lot of the things. Like, it's more so to do with the way he portrays Islam. And I know it's a subtopic, so maybe we can get back to it later. But the way Islam is portrayed with, you know, having 4 wives, or, you know, how we treat our women. And maybe these are things he said in the past, but when Muslim men hear this, for some reason it gives them this, you know, izzah, this honor, and they go running for it. But
I thought Islam was supposed to be turning away from the things that you're talking about. I'm confused. Now you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth. And not far right, more left. Fascism is left. I mean, I don't think these 3 specifically are, you know, extreme to any extent. And I think that is the downfall of people who try to stick up for a religion, is that religion is an extreme ideology. Religion is inherently extreme. Unless you're like into Jainism, which is like hurt no living beings or something. You know, an extreme Jainist is not going to end up hurting anybody. But an extreme Muslim, extreme Christian, I mean, I don't know about extreme Jews, but extreme cultists, all of that stuff is comes from more closely following the dogma, not from straying away from it. It's the people who follow every single word who are the ones who end up doing this extreme stuff. It's not the reform people who live in you know, Western countries and live in liberal societies. That's not where we get the extremism.
About it later, but I don't think it's encapsulated in the right manner. I think some of the things you say as well, it falls in that category as well. But I think that's the connection to answer your question.
So people like me and Tate talk too much about wanting to have 4 wives, and it's falsely representing Islam. On how I can tell you have an opinion about that. Can you say what you're thinking?
I mean, I think everyone kind of thinks like that in the beginning. You know, me myself being a revert, I kind of came from that ideology of wanting to be with multiple women, you know, spinning plates and all that stuff way before I was Muslim. And when I got into it,
you converted to.
And what does that even say about your religion in the first place? If that's why people are coming to your religion, like, you don't see people coming to Christianity to get laid. Already, again, I'm just asking questions. I'm learning just along with Sneako. I'm just asking.
Yeah. I'm not a Muslim by birth, bro. I was Catholic. I was Catholic by birth, bro.
Oh,
and then I became atheist. I became atheist for a long time. But anyways, you know, back to the point. It's
real quick. The people who do that, who either were not brought up with religion or were brought up with one religion and then became atheists and then either went back to religion or found another religion, like our friend in the beanie here. Those people, where are we? This guy. The people like that always project onto people like me that, like, oh yeah, I was there one day or back in the day, but you'll come around. I mean, you know, my dad does that to me because he was not very religious when he was my age. But the difference is that I've already studied this stuff. I haven't studied Islam specifically, but I've studied different religions. I've studied different philosophies. I've studied different. I've rebuilt my worldview already. It's not like I'm, you know, most atheists out there. I believe it is most atheists. And that's why left-wing politics has gone so wacko. But those are the people who didn't rebuild. And some of them went to leftist politics. Some of them went back to their own religion. And this dude went to Islam. Yeah, all the benefits. You can get 4 wives. You can 72 virgins in heaven. You can mistreat women. Whatever floats your boat.
When I got to Islam, I was like, oh damn, like 4 wives on. So that's all I could think about. But when you really start to understand like everything behind it, it's not really how it's being portrayed, bro. Like you have the ability to have 4 wives, yes, but God says very clearly, like if you can't be just and you can't provide and give everything to all of them equally, then just have one. And if you can't even do that to one, then don't even have one at all.
No shit. You really went to a religion? Again, this is how you know that he wasn't thinking about this stuff while he was an atheist. Now, he was absolutely an atheist if he didn't hold a belief in a god or gods. But this is why it's important to understand that atheism doesn't come with any other dogma. It doesn't come with any emotional things. It doesn't come with anything. It's just the claim or the rejection of the claim that God exists. You went to a religion, specifically Islam. And this guy's got to be, he can't be that, he's got to be right around my age. Let's say that he's 30. Let's say that so if he was brought up Catholic and he became an atheist and then he went to Islam. And now he's got a podcast about, or a YouTube channel about being a Muslim. Let's give him 5 years. Let's say he's been a Muslim for 5 years. You're telling me in 2018, you didn't know that you wouldn't be able to just go and bang a bunch of bitches as part of a religious thing? Like, what? Clearly, you weren't thinking about anything spiritual or philosophical when you were in that stage. So I know this guy isn't specifically putting it on, me or anybody else. But again, just something to pay attention to. Well, I was an atheist, and now, as if that gives you some type of credit. All that means is that you stopped going to church because your parents stopped making you, and you didn't think about religion. Now, there's the argument whether it's better that you became a Muslim, or if you had just remained an atheist and been like a far leftist. Could have gone either way. I happen to think that if you're a moderate Muslim, that's probably better than being a far leftist. But that's a whole other conversation. The point is, you didn't do the homework while you were there. And I don't want the bullshit from it. Anyway.
So get money and then you can have 4 wives.
It's more than money, bro.
Way more than money, bro.
What else?
Way more than money, bro.
Being a man, being able to provide for a woman emotionally, everything it takes to be a good husband. So yeah, being able to provide. Most of that is money. I think everything comes hand in hand with that.
And it's also it could be seen as like self-improvement, but it's really not self-improvement. It's more so like Muslims know this because when you're practicing, it's more like they call it you're on deen, and when you're on deen, you're constantly trying to get closer to the Creator. You're constantly trying to better yourself, constantly trying to purify your intentions and just be a better person overall. And at that point, like that's the biggest thing that you can do for a woman. When you have a wife, or let's say if a man decides to have multiple wives, like this man has to be putting in work. Just think about how much time and energy it takes to run a business, right? Or let's say run multiple businesses if you're an entrepreneur or something like that. Now let's say you got a wife in the mix, but I know you understand how much time and energy a woman takes. Now imagine a second one, a third one, a fourth one, like somewhere along the line.
That's another business right there. That's like 2 businesses.
Yes, bro. And then imagine now you got kids, and bro, imagine you have 3 kids now.
Can you have kids with every single wife?
Yes, but now imagine that. Like imagine you have 3 kids with each wife, and you have multiple businesses, and you have these relationships.
He's like, I don't know. It sounds kind of good.
And you have to focus on yourself as well, and you have to keep bettering yourself, and it's just there's so much to juggle that it's like, again, God says very clearly, like if you can't do this, then just be with one, and if you can't even do it with one, then just be by yourself.
What did you think about Charlie Hebdo? I don't know if you remember, for context for the chat. Charlie Hebdo was a French magazine, a satirical cartoon magazine, and they were very intentionally disrespecting Muhammad and disrespecting Islam and trying to provoke a reaction, and they ended up all getting shot up. What did you think about that? Do you think that was just?
Does anybody need me to go over Charlie Hebdo?
If you
that was pretty much the story, but if you don't know what they're talking about, then let me know.
This is saying, bro, like, if you go looking for something, you end up finding it, right?
So yes.
Yeah. Nah, I don't think it was justified. But at the same time, you play stupid game, you win stupid prizes, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. Obviously, it's not justified. I don't ever think shooting up an entire building full of people is. There's not a lot that can justify that. But you know what I mean? You played a stupid game. It is what it is. It's very clearly like there's a very clear reason as to why we don't draw the faces of prophets. You know what I mean?
So if you're not familiar, then Charlie Hebdo was a French magazine where they were going to do a cartoon with the Prophet Muhammad. And France is a very Muslim country, and there was a whole hullabaloo about it. And they were told, they got all these death threats. Don't do it. Don't do it. We don't depict the Prophet. And they were like, this is France. I don't know where you think this is. This isn't Saudi Arabia. Like, we're not Muslims. We can make pictures of whatever we want. They published a picture of the Prophet Muhammad, and I don't know if it was a person or a group, went into their offices and pewed up the whole building and ended everybody. And they're chalking it up to play stupid games, win stupid prizes. This is what happens when your priorities get messed up. This is what happens when you think that the even a picture of somebody, because of who they are, because of what you believe, makes them different. The rules for how we operate. You can draw a cartoon about anything or anyone else, but you want special rules. And because they said no, they all got murdered. And this dude, they're just here saying, well, I mean, they shouldn't have done it. As if that's a legitimate grievance. As if that's a legitimate way or a legitimate thing to act as if you've been victimized. That somebody drew the Prophet Muhammad. That I'm flabbergasted.
And you knew it. You knew that. Still went against it. It was an inappropriate comic as well.
Yeah.
There are people that wouldn't do that type of thing,
Fade around. Do you think that was just Charlie? What happened to Charlie Hebdo?
Speaking like Islamically, strictly, the Quran and the Sunnah, the way of the Prophet, no, it was not justified at all. Especially because we don't live in a land under Islamic law, right? Because where was he? Was he in France?
Yeah, he was in France.
You can't just go murdering people willy-nilly in France. It's against the law of the land you live in, so Islamically it's not justified.
So you have to follow the law of the land in Islam.
Yes, you do. And if it goes against your religion, actually, there's a very beautiful verse, because I feel like I know what you're going to ask. There's a very beautiful verse where Allah says, based on the day of judgment, Allah will ask people that didn't leave their, lands with all this, what we call fitna, tests and trials and things that didn't allow them to practice religion. Allah says, was my earth not spacious enough for you to migrate? So if you live in a place where they don't let you practice your religion, you have to
go somewhere else.
Go somewhere else.
Faye, what do you think? Do you think what happened to Charlie Hebdo was justified?
Nope. But there's always going to be more Charlie Hebdos, bro.
And how
what does that mean?
Muslims react?
Why is there always going to be more Charlie Hebdos? Because your religion continues to say that it's okay to slaughter people for literally no reason.
To that type of disrespect.
With emotional intelligence, understanding that these people are ill-informed. Let's be honest, we grew up in the West. I grew up in Canada. Rami grew up in Canada. I was American. What we knew about Islam growing up with or without being born into the religion is what we see in the media, in the news. So yeah, can you have contempt for these comic artists and all that? Yeah, but you got to understand where they're coming from. They're brainwashed too. They're programmed too. And at the end of the day, we represent Islam. Khabib said this quote. He said that non-Muslims don't read the Quran. They don't read the Hadith. They don't do any of this, but they go based on you. They go based on what you do as a Muslim. We're ambassadors, right?
Isn't that convenient? I'm going to run that back. But Any Film says, look at the number of Catholic churches that have been vandalized, torched, including Notre Dame in France in the past 5 years. Easily over 200. And how many mosques were burned down? I'm sure a bunch were. Tensions are high, maybe not as much as they were 10 years ago, but religious tension in France is no joke. But a great point. But I wanted to run this back. And make sure we catch this.
Well, we grew up with emotional intelligence.
So he was asking.
But there's always going to be more Charlie Hebdo's, bro.
And how should Muslims react to that type of...
Boom! Indie film! Boom goes the dynamite! No pun intended. Said Islam equals move to the Muslim, non-Muslim country, reproduce, force the infidels into submission. Woo! Woo! One more time. Woo!
Disrespect.
With emotional intelligence, understanding that these people are ill-informed. Let's be honest, we grew up in the West. I grew up in Canada. Rami grew up in Canada. I was American. What we knew about Islam growing up with or without being born into the religion is what we see in the media and the news. So yeah, can you have contempt for these comic artists and all that? Yeah, but you got to understand where they're coming from. They're brainwashed too. They're programmed too. And
yeah, they're brainwashed. They're programmed to think that they have the freedom to express themselves. I don't know exactly what the expression laws and freedom of the press, for that matter. I don't know exactly what the laws are in France, but I know that it was legal. And even if it wasn't, they sure shit didn't deserve to die.
at the end of the day, we represent Islam. Khabib said this quote. He said that non-Muslims don't read the Quran. They don't read the Hadith. They don't do any of this, but they go based on you. They go based on what you do as a Muslim. We're ambassadors, right? So at the end of the day, was it justified? No.
Okay. And also, I don't know.
So that's also an important point. He said non-Muslims don't read, their text. They don't know that stuff. They just go based on you as the Muslim. So he was saying they're ambassadors to Islam. And so, again, that presents a dangerous precedent that, okay, if Islam is what it is portrayed to be, then that means that if, for example, you look at majority Muslim countries and they are in favor of laws that are completely oppressive, then you can't fault me for thinking your shit's whack because you're the ambassadors. You just said it yourself.
A lot about the Quran, but I have heard people say that the Quran says that you're supposed to be critical thinkers, and all the people sending me threats clearly aren't thinking critically because they just saw the clip and got outraged. Do you think that they are not following the Quran by getting outraged at a single clip and attacking me instead of attacking the greater message? Am I really the right person to go after?
I don't think there is a right person to go after. I think there's only a right message to convey. And conveying that message in the way you do it is very important. If you look at, for example, Moses, who, by the way, in Arabic is Musa, so I think that's very beautiful. But Musa, peace be upon him, Allah tells him to go to the most vile person on the face of the earth, Pharaoh, right? He was vile. He was killing baby boys. He was a disgusting person. He enslaved thousands or hundreds of thousands.
Kind of like the Democrats. Oh!
The people. Allah says, go to him and speak kindly. And to the very end, he was. He never lost his temper and went crazy and did all these things. And another story I want to give quickly is there's a narration with the best friend of the Prophet, Abu Bakr. They were sitting together and a bunch of Islam haters came and they started cussing out Abu Bakr, again, the best friend of the Prophet. Both of them stayed silent. They didn't say anything. And the same people, they turned to the Prophet and started cussing him out. And that's when Abu Bakr lost his mind and started yelling at them and cussing them out as well. And that's when the Prophet Muhammad just walked in.
Is it just me, or is it a religious thing where their stories are just so long? Like, get to the point. I came in and fell out 3 times already.
Way, peace be upon him. And when Abu Bakr, later returned to the Prophet, he said that, when you were sitting there and you were holding your tongue and you weren't losing your mind, basically, the angels came and they gathered around us. But when you lost your mind, they all left. And he said, I don't go to places where there aren't any angels. So that's why I left. Well, so that's how Muslims should be. If it comes...
What? Let's try that again.
The angels came and they gathered around us. But when you lost your mind, they all left. And he said, I don't go to places where there aren't any angels. So that's why I left as well. So that's how Muslims should be. If it comes...
Type a 1 if you know what the hell that means.
To a point where they need to hold their tongue and be quiet and not say anything, not lose their mind because they're too angry, they should do that. But when it comes to a point where you need to firmly and honorably speak the truth and say that we as Muslims will not tolerate this, then you have to take the action as well.
And what is that action? Is that action violent?
Right. Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Violence?
No. It's not. The only time a Muslim will be violent in the West, as far as I know, is if they're getting attacked.
Okay.
That's the only time violence is okay. It's permissible. In this case, it's this discussion right here. You reach out, you talk to them, you make a video response, you speak with honor, and at the end of the day, that's all you can do. And people will see the truth. People will see this guy's losing his mind, making drawings and being petty. This guy's being honorable. He's holding his frame and he's just speaking calmly, kindly, and firmly.
Anifim, I really hope you seem to know a lot about Islam. So I'm really hoping you'll come up and chat in panel time, because you could definitely teach me
about his beliefs. And at the end of the day, people will decide based off that.
Okay, is jihad, is that a significant part of the Quran?
So remember, we brought up jihad before. So let's do this. Before we get any kind of biased anything from these guys or anyone else, let's do our own research. And we're going to look up jihad. And actually, I'm going to, so here we got a definition that says a struggle or fight against the enemies of Islam. A struggle or fight against the enemies of Islam. It also says here the spiritual struggle within oneself against sin. But notice how that is a subset. So I actually am going to, I want to make sure you guys understand this fully. Because they will very often try to turn it into this not, this peaceful thing. And it's not. Come on. Looking for, okay, nice little. All right, so let's see what this guy's got for us.
Welcome back. Now we'll take your questions. Dr. Shabir, the question today is about offensive jihad. What is offensive jihad?
Well, the concept of offensive jihad, which of course today we do not accept as a religious category, came about in history because the Muslim caliphate was expanding, and the Islamic polity, you can say, was being transported to and used to dominate other lands. It was a time in which you were either expanding or somebody would expand and engulf you as part of their empire. So Muslim caliphs are reported to have sent out armies to overtake other governments and to offer them three choices. Either you embrace Islam or you
die.
Pay a tax, which would show that you are actually aligned with and subsumed under the Islamic polity, or we will go to war with you. So you had the three options.
Mm-hmm.
So this is reported in some hadiths, and this became a standard presentation in classical Islamic books. And this is why you may find that in some of the Muslim youth reading something like this would become dissatisfied with the present status quo, where they see that not only are Muslim governments corrupt, but
this is smart, any film.
Muslim governments do not seem to have that world vision in mind, where they're going to offer this kind of offensive jihad to the nations around them.
So you already mentioned earlier when you were answering this that this is not something that's accepted now, but the viewer is asking here, there are some major scholars, according to this person, that support each position, and where do they base their opinion? So can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, generally, we might say that the world of Muslim scholarship is divided in two. There are traditional-minded scholars on the one hand to keep...
Traditional, meaning keep the tradition of what already was.
A simple definition here. And then there are scholars who are revisiting the tradition and asking how does that apply in our modern times, and seeing that some of the things that have been known in our tradition cannot really practically be put into place in our modern times, and morally some of these things to apply them now would be quite out of place. So the traditional-minded scholars will say, look, we have a hadith here, this is what was mentioned, and this is attributed to our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as though this was his instruction. So who are we to go against the instruction? Even if it looks impractical, even if it doesn't seem right in our present times, well, our vision, our thinking must be wrong. This is the word of the Prophet.
Because it's been documented, so their belief is that because it's documented, therefore it's valid.
That's right, exactly. Okay. So other scholars looking at this would say that if the Prophet Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, did actually issue a decree like this, you go out and you offer them these three things, it would have been because of the nature of the time and circumstance. That was the nature of the environment. If you did not expand, somebody would expand and engulf you. It's not like our present circumstance where the lines are drawn between states and there is general peace prevailing because we know our borders, and a problem only arises if somebody tries to cross someone else's border.
So that's, I mean, all right. There's
but if you stay put, you're in your own country, mind your own business, then the world is at peace. So this is how we would look at it if the Prophet, peace be upon him, actually said it this way. But some of us would also doubt whether the Prophet did actually say it this way. It may seem more like this was an invented saying to justify some of the expansionist policies of the later rulers, rather than something the Prophet, peace be upon him, himself gave instructions about.
Perfect. Thank you very much for explaining that.
You're welcome.
So they are saying that this is something that was very much part of the, the religion when earlier, and now it's not something. It is very much something, an act of war, but it's something that they don't accept anymore. Let's see if they say the same.
Yeah, jihad is actually, all it means is struggle. People think it means holy war or something crazy. It's not.
The definition of
Oops.
Google says, I want to quickly read it for the people in the chat. It says, jihad is sometimes referred to as the sixth pillar of Islam. Throughout history, sacred scripture has been used and abused, interpreted and misinterpreted to justify resistance and liberation struggles, extremism and terrorism, holy and unholy wars. A lot of people in the chat right now, I think a lot of the Christians and people who don't fully agree with Islam are bringing up jihad and saying that it's hypocritical that Islam preaches that it's a religion of peace, but also has ideas of jihad. What do you think about that?
I mean, with that kind of narrative, I see where the West will come from, but again, it's just a narrative that lacks context. So to explain it more, jihad linguistically just means a struggle. We have a prayer at like 4 or 5 in the morning, so waking up for that is a struggle. That's considered jihad. Holding your tongue when your family member is yelling at you, that's also jihad. That's also a struggle. Wars, fighting to defend your property, your land, your rights, whatever it might be, that's also jihad. But what people do is they hold on to that definition, that example of jihad, and they make it the only one there is. And I want to prove to these people that Islam actually is a religion of peace with 1 or 2 verses from the Quran. It's in chapter 8. I can find the verse later. But it says a verse about killing the non-believers. And then it says, but if they incline towards peace, then also incline towards peace.
Wait, there's a chapter in the Quran about killing non-believers?
There's one verse in chapter 8. It says, it tells, well, to give you context, this is to the Prophet and the Muslims at the time in a very specific situation where they were in a state of war already. And since they were not violent up until this point, God gave them permission to go and fight in the war. So he said, go kill the disbelievers, but if they incline, if they don't, he doesn't say if they surrender. He says, if they incline towards peace, then also incline towards peace, showing that Muslims want to be in a state of peace. But if you're coming against us, if you're attacking us, we will defend ourselves.
Exactly. So Trey says, somebody tell that to ISIS or Al Qaeda or the Taliban. This is Muslim apologism. This is reformist apologism. All this is taking the brutal nature of what the Quran actually says and nerfing it and changing the meaning of words. Remember, we talk about semantic obfuscation. It didn't just start with the leftists. Religion was the first place where you had these ideas that fell apart over time. But they were kept going. They were kept alive by changing the meaning of what it was. And so jihad is no longer the war that needs to make sure that Islam takes over the world. It's just the battle within yourself. It's just a spiritual struggle. That's all. And so my understanding is that Muhammad was a criminal. They had wanted posters back then. He directed that there should be no images of him. If that's where that came from, and I would not be surprised. That makes so much sense. I mean, we already know his daughter, wife, whatever, was 9 years old. So maybe, actually, no, I think that was allowed back then. But
okay. On Hell and Fire, someone donated, JP said, ask about Quran 929, fight against Christians and Jews until they pay the tribute readily being brought low.
Fight against Christians and Jews until they pay the tribute readily being brought low. That's the verse.
What does that mean?
Crickets.
It is.
It means what?
So the jizya is a tax that non-Muslims who live under Islamic rule have to pay. When the Muslims came into power, the Jews and the Christians, they didn't want to pay their tax, basically. So Allah commanded the Muslims to fight against them until they just pay this jizya. And by the way, as Muslims, we pay 2.5% of our savings, not income tax, but our savings towards charity. The non-believers, non-Muslims, they actually pay less.
Before he goes there, we all know that the Christian tithe is 10%.
Than that. And they were feisty over even paying that towards the Muslim in the state that they're living under. So that's all it's saying. Basically, enforce your laws.
And in return for them paying jizya, we protect them since they live under Muslim law and Muslim power. We defend them. We protect their women, their children, and all that. It's not that they just pay that to like some high state power.
Yeah, they don't have to fight our wars for us.
Mm-hmm.
That does not sound at all like what that meant at all. I mean, but it's so easy. It's so easy to just see, oh, well, you know, and then this, and it means that, and then, well, and this was happening, so it can just mean whatever you want it to mean. It's not a thing. It's just whatever.
What do you think to 9/11?
That's an inside job, bro.
It was an inside job. I agree too, and I'm having a debate about it tomorrow, which is really a little bit annoying that I'm getting so many Islamic people sending me threats and everything. It's like I've been on your side about so many things. I think that the American government was lying about it in Minecraft. I'm trying to talk about a lot of the stuff that you guys, all of you agree that it was an inside job. It wasn't actually Al Qaeda in Minecraft.
Yeah, okay. Controlled
Go to the
demolition.
poll.
In Minecraft.
Yeah, Minecraft.
All of you agree. Even Fan, you agree with that too?
Only in Minecraft, yeah.
What kind of oppression did you face post 9/11? I'm not sure how old all of you are, but you probably noticed a shift in the attitude towards Muslim people during the terrorist attacks and everything. Did you get looked at differently? Did it happen in Canada too?
Yeah, 100%.
What type of attitude did you face from non-Muslims?
Man, just bullying in school, bro.
I've only ever experienced it. I was born in 2002, so the year after. So I've only ever experienced. I haven't seen whatever happened before. I remember kids were like taking their t-shirts off and running their necks, just like screaming, "Oh, I better run!" Going around all the schools, just like screaming it, pretending, and then stuff like that. They were coming up with some silly arguments like, "My granddad died to a Muslim," no, and then stuff like that. But you know, what I mean, I guess you're gonna hear that shit. So I guess I'm kind of thankful I heard it from earlier when I was younger, so that kind of character built me a little bit to prepare.
I want to know like Angel's perception though of Muslims in 9/11 and all that, because you grew up here as an American, non-Muslim.
I mean, bro, like when it first happened, I remember I was in elementary school, bro, and I remember looking at the TV. There was like some buildings like having crashed. I heard what happened, so I couldn't really make nothing of it as a little kid. But as I grew older, I kind of like understood, like, man, there's no way that this could have been this. Like, I get it.
How do they not have an impassioned position around this event? That's crazy to me. If I was part of any group, like imagine being German in 1990 and not having a strong opinion on the Holocaust. Like, you should, I mean, even if you're on the wrong side, you should have some opinion. The fact that they're not really saying anything makes me think that they're kind of just, well, we were actually happy that it happened, but we can't say that, so we don't know. I don't know. Shady.
You know, the Muslims, Islam is being portrayed as like terrorism, but it just doesn't make sense. Like two and two, it doesn't link together.
How do you think Islam is falsely represented in the West?
You said how or why?
How do you think it's falsely represented?
How? I think in every way.
Can you name a couple? What are the most prominent ways?
Religion of violence, religion that oppresses women, religion that, I don't know.
Doesn't it though? Are women allowed to drive in Saudi Arabia? Are women allowed to go out without their husbands in Iran? Is that because of the political culture or the religious culture? Because I'm pretty sure that it's the religion.
Hates gay people and calls for us to kill gay people.
Yeah, that quote that
Is that not what it is? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain that the penalty for being gay in Islam is death.
Rami read out earlier, where it followed up with, if they incentivize towards peace, follow on your end as well. The quote before that, I've never seen plastered so much in my life, where it's like, behead the non-believers wherever you see them and stuff like that. That's that comes before it, but obviously the line after is, if they offer peace, follow through on your end as well. That quote before that, though, I've never seen so many. Like in England, there's a group called Britain First, which are like they're allegedly a Christian group. They don't behave as Christians, but they're allegedly a Christian group, and they go around just being Islamophobic. Essentially, they throw around that quote so much. Like, that's a complete misrepresentation.
And that verse itself is relating to a specific event in history, in time, a specific battle. It's not even like a general like hikmah or wisdom for mankind from the Quran.
Sounds awfully familiar to when you ask a Christian about the verses in the Bible when they're talking about how to treat your slaves. Oh, well, that's out of context. It's out of context. Everything's out of context.
How tolerant are you of the LGBTQ community?
Pretty intolerant, bro. So
you said that it's misrepresented in the West because you don't hate gay people, but you're also completely intolerable of their actions.
See, when I said we don't hate them, we're not out here trying to crucify them every single day. We don't wake up with and choose violence or anything like that. But agree with the LGBT.
You don't. You choose not to. But your ideology allows you to if you do choose to go towards violence. That's the point here. Kudos to you for not being as extreme into your religion as it calls for. But that's not a feather in the cap of your religion.
Community, in the sense that they think this is how you should live. Morally, we disagree with that. Now, my personal opinion, as a med student and all the research that I've done, it's not that they were necessarily all born this way or that it's a choice. I think that, yeah, a lot of them are born with proclivities. For example, a man born with feminine gender traits, right? And vice versa, a woman born with male gender traits. So growing up, they're going to identify as the other type. So just saying it's a choice doesn't really do it justice, but it's an internal choice. It's an internal jihad, it's a battle. It doesn't, like, if you're born that way, cool. If you're a feminine man, cool. If you're a masculine girl, cool. But to do surgery and make all this money and whatever the LGBT is trying to promote, all this, I don't agree with that.
Yeah. I personally don't think it's a choice as to whether you're going to be gay or trans or whatever, but I do think that it's manipulation. Like, obviously, you're a product of your environment. If it's pushed on you, you're manipulated into believing those things, and no one chooses to be manipulated. You know what I mean? So when people say, oh, so you think that being gay is a choice? No, I don't think it's a choice. I just think you've been manipulated. It's that simple. You don't choose to be manipulated. That's just what happens.
I used to think about that too, and I agree the environment plays a good factor, but there's a huge biological factor too. And what I mean by this is Allah still makes a man and a woman, but the stuff that they put in our waters, the stuff that they put in our foods, the stuff that messes up a kid growing up inside a woman, right? It messes up the androgens or the hormones inside a growing fetus. And that itself is what's going to change up the kid's gender. And there's a lot of research to back this up.
What would you do if your son was gay? Remy, I want to hear what you think first.
Well, firstly, may Allah protect me from that. All of us.
Well, say Allah will protect you from.
Firstly, may Allah protect us from that. So tolerant.
Let's say your son turns 12 and says, "Dad, I'm gay."
Yeah. Well, the worst thing to do would be to kind of lash out, kick him out, and disown him, and all these crazy things. I would just kind of.
You say that now.
Honestly, it's tough to think about, but I think what I would generally do at the time is sit down and talk to him about it. Okay, what does this mean to you? Why do you think this? And just explore it, not explore it, in any sexual manner, but like explore it in the sense that I think that he's going down the wrong path, that he was manipulated, like Musa said, and do things that will make him more masculine. Go horseback riding, go, arching.
Go horseback riding? That's your first example of something masculine? All right.
Or if that's what it's
called. So try to convert him back to reality.
I don't like using that term because conversion therapy has a very bad connotation because like electroshock therapy and all that stuff. But essentially, for lack of a better term, yeah.
Okay. And all of you said you think that Islam is falsely represented in the West because you're not oppressive towards women. You could all agree with that. People are in the chat saying that there's a passage in the Quran that says you could strike your wife if there is a fear that she may disobey.
I've heard this from So if you guys remember when we did the Minds Festival stream, there was that Muslim guy Majid Nawaz. So I remember specifically, I don't know where I found it, but I specifically remember Majid Nawaz had a show on like BBC Radio or whatever, where he would talk about the fact that, like, hey, in Europe, Islam is becoming much more popular, and people are not comfortable with it, and we need to be honest about what Islam is if we want it to be accepted. And so he was on a call with somebody who, and he was talking about the verse that they are about to talk about, where it says you can strike your wife. And the person on the call was trying to make it like, well, you don't have to actually like strike. You don't have to like hit them. You can just give them like a pat. Like, what? That's not what strike means. Hey, we got No Freedoms in the building. What's good? It says South Carolina, it is perfectly legal to beat your wife on the courthouse steps on Sundays. I want to try that one day. Well, to each their own. I'm welcome. But that's that. I mean, clearly, strike is a strong word, and in the context of disobey and punishment and consequent, all these things, look how they frame it.
Quran 434. You can hit your wife if you fear that she's going to disobey. How is that not promoting violence against women?
Yeah, so again, it all boils down to context. So the full verse, what it says...
Context.
I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but it gives you...
So he said, okay, fine. He said context, then let's see. I think it was on here. Quran 434. Quran 434. Oh, look at that. It's the top one. Let's get the whole thing. So let's get the one before. There's a whole bunch of different ones. Let's just take the top. Take the top two and see if we get anything. So so the first one says, and for all, we have made heirs to what is left by parents and relatives, and to those whom your oaths have bound to you, give them their share. Indeed, Allah is ever over all things a witness. Another one is, and to each we have appointed heirs of that which parents and so that's just okay. So that's the one before. And this is the actual verse. Oh, we got plenty here. So the full verse here. Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other. Actually, I'm going to read it. Given one over the other. Sorry. And what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, then if they persist, forsake them in bed, which means don't fuck them, and then finally strike them. Finally, strike them. Right there in black and white. Let's get a different let's get a different what should we call it? A different translation. Maybe this will be a little bit different. Let's go down to this one. I don't even know what this is, but it says men are the protectors and maintainers of women because Allah has given the one more strength than the other, and because they support them from their means. Therefore, the righteous women are devoutly obedient and guard in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. And to those women who part ye fear disloyalty and ill conduct, admonish them first, next refuse to share their beds, and last beat them in parentheses, it says lightly. And beat them lightly. So that's what we're talking about. That's the verse that we're talking about. This is in their holy book. And unlike Christianity, this isn't a book that is written by the disciples that is who heard from God and are telling stories. And no. In Islam, the Quran is the inerrant word of God. This is direct from Allah's mouth to the Quran. So let's see.
Again, it's all boils down to text. So the full verse, what it says, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but it gives you 3 steps. It says basically if your wife is, for lack of a better term, disobeying or not listening or, doing things that as a man you don't want her to do, what's the first step? Advise her kindly. That's the first step. So advise her nicely, sit her down, talk to her. If she keeps persisting in it, she doesn't listen, leave the bed, go sleep on the couch or something. And if she keeps doing what she's doing, it says to darb. Darb does mean hit, but it doesn't mean to actually like beat her up. If you look at the hadith,
like a soft hit.
I mean, it's more. Some scholars say it's more of a symbolic thing because
a symbolic slap.
So we
no, it's just demonstration.
We have something called talaq. Talaq is like kind of a sign of divorce. So what they would do is they would kind of like lightly tap the arm of the woman like this to show that he's getting pushed towards that divorce, toward that state. And my evidence for this is not just what certain scholars have kind of explained with the Quran, like early scholars Ibn Kathir and what's his name, Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu, but the Prophet himself. If you look at Aisha radiallahu anha, Prophet,
the 9-year-old that he married,
she said the Prophet never beat a woman or even an animal. And even the Prophet he said that you shouldn't do it with anything more than a miswak, which is like a little stick.
You're getting far away. You're getting far away from the verse, my friend. You're spinning and spinning and spinning. But it says to hit the woman.
Just a soft hit. You can only hit your wife softly.
Yeah, okay. I guess you could say it like that, but it's mainly a symbolic thing.
How is that not violence?
Well, I mean, if I go and I do this to you, am I being violent?
Yes.
Or it's supposed to be like a signal more than anything.
It's demonstration, bro. Let's say me and Musa are squaring up, right? And Musa says something, he's trying to go too far. It's like I'll just push him back a bit,
which is violence,
inciting violence, not trying to square up. Just like just that's as far as you're gonna go.
Okay, but you see how you use the analogy, you and Musa, 2 men.
Mm-hmm.
You can apply that logic to you and your wife.
Bro, I'll explain this clearly. All right, if you're trying to get
all right, I remember this. You all ready for this?
Some of the tension. They're facing the other way. You tap them on the shoulder.
A tap on the shoulder to get their attention. We've gone from strike and beat and hit to just tap them on the shoulder. The words in the Quran didn't change. The words straight from God's mouth did not change. But somehow they know. It's symbolic. It's just like a tap on the shoulder. And for instance, let's be honest here. Some people need to be slapped around sometimes. Sure, shit they do. But I'm not going to stand for that being part of the legislation of the law of the land. We can figure that out on our own.
If you're not going to say it, you're not verbalizing. You tap them on the shoulder. But like, it's a little tap, right? And
more like it's just cap. Boom.
It's signifying like, look, if I'm tapping you like this, just imagine like how I actually feel. Imagine what's actually going on inside of me, like what I want to do now.
So remember, this started with him saying, "Oh, the religion of peace," but all these people are sending me messages that aren't very peaceful. So again, I'm saying that you guys, these guys, may use that verse to say, "Okay, well, I'm gonna, just tap you on the shoulder to show you how frustrated I am." Does anybody really think that that doesn't lead to husbands beating the fuck out of their wives and justifying it with the Quran? Come on.
And of course that's violent. Thinking about it is violent. But bro, again, like we're human, bro. We're human. We're imperfect. So even someone who's outside of Islam, like you push them to the limit, like they're probably gonna want to do something to their girl.
Which is fair, but you're supposed to have Allah on your side. You're supposed to be better. So if I'm going to be the same with or without your religion, what the fuck is the point?
And I'm not inciting that. I'm not like justifying it. But I'm saying like as men,
yes, you are.
We tend to have high testosterone levels. And because we have high testosterone levels, if we don't keep that in check, we can become very abusive very quickly. And this is why Allah just put it in a very simple way where it's like, okay, we're not.
I won't. I can promise you, I will never become an abusive person. You know how I know that? Because that's not in the values that I espouse or live by. And so if I'm going to be with somebody long before I am at the place where I want to hit them, I will leave that situation. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee you I'm not going to put myself in a situation where I feel so trapped that I need to turn to violence. Even if it's just a tap on the shoulder, which we know is bullshit. I mean, you have to know you're just saying that for the cameras. Come on.
Now, you have this signal here, and it's just letting them know, like, look, like, this is where I'm at. And
why not just a safe word then? Why not just say pineapples? I'm getting real mad. Pineapples. It's symbolic, right? Why do you need to touch them at all?
Signaling, like, look, if it continues, like, we should just divorce because it's not going to end up good. Now, again, a lot of people take this out of context. That's the big problem.
What's the right context?
Well, look at the Prophet. Example. Did he beat women? Did he beat his wives? Is there anything documented? Did he ever hurt animals? No.
Eat your animals?
No, beat animals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got to read the Quran. Also, you're saying that it's a misrepresentation that women are oppressed. What do you think about the fact that in Saudi Arabia, women only have been able to drive until like very recently, and they have to cover their whole bodies? Women clearly don't have the same amount of rights. It's clear in Islam that women. Do you think that women are inferior to men?
Not at all.
I'm pretty sure in Saudi as well, that's not real Sharia, right? Like,
And we get the no true Scotsman. There it is. Well, that's not real Sharia law. The Saudis, yeah, they're not really doing Islam right. Go to Saudi Arabia and tell them that and see how that works out for you.
Islamic rule. I think that's just something they wanted to do in their country.
That's Sharia law?
There's no country today. There's no real Muslim country today. We just call them Muslim countries because they're Muslim majority countries, and there's no country implementing Sharia properly.
Yeah.
It's a perfect religion. Everybody who practices it just does it wrong. What? Think of any other ideology. Think of any other idea that if people were saying, I believe in this, and then going and doing something as far off from that as could be, do you think it would be a reasonable excuse to be like, well, they're just doing it wrong? There's nothing wrong with the idea that they have. They're just doing it wrong. What other purpose does this religion serve, or any religion serve, except how to guide men? If it's not doing that properly, then what is the point?
Which country follows Sharia law the best?
I would say none, because listen, when it comes to Sharia, it's literally all or nothing. There's a verse in the Quran that says, "Innal hukmu illa lillah," that there's no one to make legislation except for
It's all or nothing.
Allah. So as soon as you introduce any kind of man-made, I want to implement this, I want to implement that, you've already failed. No matter how many of God's laws you're trying to implement, as soon as you've done that, you fall into what we call kufr, disbelief, because you're now taking the role.
See all the caps in the chat? Cap
of God and making rules up yourself.
Lying.
And I would say there's honestly none that are even really close.
I think the closest you could probably get is like some obscure tribe and like and then they can really do their own thing. Because even in
And what does that tell you about your ideology? If the only way to get it right is a tribe disconnected from the entire world, then it means your ideas suck.
Like the way every country can implement any type of economy, just having stuff like mortgages which have interest attached to them, or like even school systems and stuff like that. They have like in a school system, obviously you have to pay interest on your student loans and stuff like that, and interest is haram, so you won't. You know what I mean? So you can't.
I mean, I'm down with that. Interest is haram. Yeah, I can't pay taxes because I'm a Muslim. But think about if that was any other. Again, replace it with anything else. Any other idea. Like even authoritarianism. Authoritarianism works in a family, right? You have one person who's the leader, and then everybody else follows, and everything goes to the person at the top, and they that works in a family. But you scale up to even the neighborhood. It doesn't work anymore. And if it doesn't work anymore, then it's useless. If all it can do is tell you and your 5 friends what to do in a vacuum and not talk to any other people, then unless you guys are going to go in the mountains and not be with any other people, then you're spouting bullshit. You may as well be talking about, a communist dictatorship.
Participate in any type of economy.
So if I convert to Islam, I don't have to pay my student loans?
No, bro. Like, the concept of interest is haram in Islam. So in order for there to be true Sharia law implemented, there can't be any interest. So that kind of disregards every country because every...
Look, ask how old Aisha was. How old was Aisha? She was 9. His wife was 9.
country has an economy that implements interest.
What do you think about the fact that Musa is my editor and he has let me post clips disrespecting the Quran? Is Musa as responsible as me? Is he a bad Muslim because of he works with me?
That's an interesting question. At the end of the day, it's up to Allah, right? He's the one who can judge.
What do you think? What do you think?
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I think
again, he was ready to cop out. Well, I don't know. That's just Allah. Like, bro, we're talking to you. You said you're the ambassador to Islam. Well, I don't know. It's for Allah, not for me.
I have no right to say, to be completely honest, because I don't know enough about Musa, his relationship to you, his life situation.
I talked to him. That's not what he was questioning. He gave you a very specific scenario that if I'm doing something that's haram, and Musa here is allowing it to happen, is he a bad Muslim? That's a very direct question. The answer should be either yes or something along the lines of he can't control you, but if he tried to tell you not to, something like that. But you're just dancing around the question.
Anybody else, like morning and night, like it's the last person I talk to and the first person I talk to. It's like always business.
As from my perspective, and I'm not a scholar, so I can't say definitively, but as far as I know, if he's advising you, then I think that's enough. Because at the end of the day, it's your channel, and I guess I don't know how the dynamic is, but he's kind of like your employee, so you're going to post these things if you want to, regardless of what he says or does. I think as long as he advises you, that's all that needs to be done.
He did immediately, like even right after the stream, he was like, "That's disrespectful. You can't do that." He called me out first.
Why?
Habibi.
That's another point about all of this. What has Sneako really learned about Islam? All they've talked about is very surface level stuff because they've had to translate the ideas that people have of Islam into what their personal beliefs are. Sometimes there may be some level of miscommunication. There must be some level of there can be things that are taken out of context. But he hasn't learned anything. They haven't been able to teach him anything. They haven't been able to show him why Islam is a good thing for your life. Like, he's trying. Sneako's there asking the questions, and they just it's 3 of them. It's 4 of them, including the editor. And they have nothing. They have nothing for him.
I mean, Habibi? What that means, baby, right? You just liberal in Islam? Damn, Musa, personally, I wouldn't get Habibi on stream like that.
I'm 19, bro. I'm 19.
What do you think about factions of Islam? Like the 2 people that I respect the most that are Islamic, like before I started streaming and everything. So my role models are Malcolm X and Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is not a proper practicing Muslim person. He eats pork and he drinks frequently, and he talks. He's not a good practicing Muslim. And Malcolm X, one of my idols.
So then why is he relevant to what we're talking about right now? Why, how is he a Muslim if he doesn't be a Muslim? This is the stuff that I don't understand. Like, being Muslim or Christian or anything is more than just being like, oh, there's some good ideas over there. But people just seem to think that's all it is.
Growing up, was part of the Nation of Islam before he converted. What do you think about that? Can they still go to heaven?
Well, the Prophet peace be upon him mentioned very clearly that 72 out of the 73 sects are people of the fire, bro.
What is
and there's a huh?
Can you explain that? I'm a little confused.
So basically, in Islam, we're not supposed to have sects, sects, or sanctions in Islam. We're supposed to have just one real version of Islam.
Exactly. Because unlike Christianity, like I said before, where the Bible is, this version and that version, there's supposed to be one Quran because it's not from the disciples, it's not from the people who wrote the gospel, it's from God himself. Yet there's all these different interpretations. This is what I was trying to talk to Henry about on Sean's stream the other day. But of course, no answer.
Following the Prophet, peace be upon him, and all the other prophets, peace be upon all of them, that have been sent by God as messengers and prophets to guide mankind. But
so I would ask if that's the case, I would ask, okay, so obviously you guys think you have the right version, that everybody else is wrong. Is there anything within Islam that you guys don't agree on? And if that's the case, then how do you square that? Because there can be only one right answer. See, in science, it's just like, oh, well, then, that just means somebody's wrong. And we go with the person who has the evidence to say they're right. But when it's this, then you just twist the words and this, I feel this, and God should, and you get this narcissistic idea that you have the perfect idea of what life is and what the creator of the universe was trying to say. You can better translate what the creator of the universe was trying to say than anybody else.
People are going to take rulings, beliefs, and these ideologies are baseless a lot of the times. So you got a lot of people that are, for example, Ahmadi, right? It's a specific sect within Islam, and we don't claim them as Muslims. We don't believe they are Muslims because their belief system is not in line with what we believe to be Islam.
So they're going to hell.
According to you. Yeah, right?
That's not up to me, bro. Because I'm not the one.
That's, again, the cop-out. That's not up to me.
That decides who goes to hell, who goes to heaven.
But what do you think? Are they going to hell or heaven?
No, you don't understand. It's not our call, and we can't tell. What it is a relationship between that person individually, and
that's like This is a very easy question. It's a very easy question. It's like in the original Willy Wonka, when Veronica Gloop or whatever her name is, I want it now. Spoilers for a 60-year-old movie. She goes on the goose thing, and it goes bad egg, and she falls through. So before that scene, you easily could have asked, do you think Veronica, whatever her name was, do you think she's gonna fall through the thingy or not? Well, you're not the one determining whether she falls through or not. He's just asking what you think will happen. Like, bro, well, we don't. It's not up for me. How do you not have opinions on this? This is your spiritual identity. If you don't know, how do you use this stuff to determine how to live? They just make it up. They just make it up, guys.
God. So we are no one to make that call. As long as they're repenting, even we don't know. You know what I mean? Like this.
So again, if you don't know, then how do you know you're doing the things that won't send you to hell? If your only response is, well, that's not for me to say, then how do you know everything that you're doing is not directly going to anger Allah?
Not even like, who are we to? We don't know the sins they have. We don't know the good deeds they have. And overall, it's a weight. You know what I mean? And we don't know what they do. We don't know any of that stuff. So
the question was about specifically believing in that version of Islam.
There's no one for us to make that call.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, a Muslim could go to hell, and someone who is a non-Muslim might be tried fairly, based on what they got. And Allah writes in the Quran that we won't punish a person unless we send them the messenger. So at the end of the day, you got to put two and two together and realize if they're Ahmadi or whatever, another sect of Islam that isn't true to the teachings, they have innovations, they do things that are not Islamic. It's on a case-by-case basis. You can't just be like, oh, everything's so black and white just because they're not part of Sunni Islam. They're not going to go to heaven. You know what I mean?
Are you also...
So you could have the wrong version of Islam and still get into heaven, and have the right version of Islam but not get into heaven. Sounds arbitrary. Why? I mean, this just sounds like being a good person with extra steps. Just don't be an asshole.
Sunni, or anyone Shia in here?
No, we're Sunni.
All Sunni. Is Shia the bad one? Actually, let me not ask that question because I'm under here right now. But a lot of people are telling me that that's the more militant.
There's a small portion of them. It's all down to interpretation. So
the ones who use the least interpretation are the most violent.
Quran's one story. That's it, because we have stuff like Quran Hafiz all through time and stuff like that. But yeah, in terms of Shia, they're the smaller portion. Majority of people that believe in Islam are Sunni.
So you think they're the bad ones?
Do you distinguish the two, Sunni and Shia?
Can I distinguish the two? I don't know the difference.
Rami, can you talk about how Shiaism started?
Yeah, so I mean, the Sunni Shia divide. I mean, back in the time of the Prophet, there was no such thing as Sunni and Shia. What ended up happening was there was a political dispute that changed and eventually became theological dispute, theological differences. So in Islam, we have what's called a Khalifa, which is like the Amir al-Mu'mineen, the leader of the believers, the leader of the Muslims. You can look at it maybe like a king, but it's more than that. Right? It differs. And there are very specific responsibilities that this Amir has, that this leader has. And there is a dispute over who should be the Khalifa at a certain point in time. Some people were saying that it should have been the cousin of the Prophet, Ali radiallahu anhu.
Damn! Don't nobody think it was just the Taliban or Al Qaeda, whoever, who did 11/9.
Others were saying it should have been basically who it was, Abu Bakr, then this companion, then that companion. So it's just a political dispute, and then eventually it became a theological one. And I can go deeper, but I think that's a fair enough answer for now.
Okay. They're asking,
did your contact fall out of your eye?
Contact who?
Did your contact lens fall out of your eye?
Me? Oh yeah. I thought you were saying something in Arabic. No, my contact just fell out. Yeah, it just fell out. Goddamn. I think Allah's cursing me right now.
You have to think positively of God, bro.
Yeah, I am. Okay, you're right. I'm trying. Someone asked, if the Jews and Muslims follow the Old Testament, then what's the difference between the two?
Well, I mean, actually, Allah says this in the Quran. Generally, He says, "Woe to those who change the scripture with their own hand and say that this is from God."
As they just finished talking about how they have different interpretations of what's in the Quran. Change the scripture with their own hand and say this is from God. We don't
believe that the Torah is intact. Actually, we know that it's not. Even I can't name one, so this is generally, you can look it up.
Watch him wax poetic on the science and the anthropology of what happened with the Torah and the Talmud and the sea scrolls and all this stuff from the other two big religions. Watch. I'm guessing.
Jewish historians and scholars and theologians say that the Old Testament has been changed theologically. Not just one word of change, but theological changes have been made. And over the thousands of years, there's no way to say that it's actually been kept intact properly. And that's not even talking about the New Testament. That's just strictly the Torah, the Old Testament. So even if it was intact, maybe we wouldn't have to have Islam and all that. But I don't want to go down that line because, there's only one reality that exists. The Old Testament, the Torah was changed. And because of that, they don't have a proper, clear understanding of what God wants from us. So he sent the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and the Quran to bring us back to the straight line. And actually, all over the Quran, Allah says that this is just a reminder. This is just a reminder. It's the same message Moses was sent with, Jesus was sent with, Noah was sent with, Lot was sent with. To obey God, worship him, submit to him, and basically enjoin good and forbid evil. That's it. And that's the same thing that Islam is preaching. Actually, Sneako, I think you said in one stream that, I think I was watching this morning, a clip of it, that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are kind of the same thing, just with minor differences.
Yeah.
And I actually appreciated that. I appreciate that.
Oh, really?
Because that's true. That's essentially true. And Islam itself will not go against that. Because all Islam says about Judaism and Christianity, and maybe even some of the other religions that exist, is that these were, initially scriptures and prophets that were sent by God. But over time, the message got changed. It got corrupted. There were people who had their own agendas that implemented their own beliefs and wants and desires into the religion. And when it got to that point where it was corrupted, God would send another prophet. The reason Islam is the true religion, especially according to Muslims, is because it's the only religion where the Quran is intact, and we can demonstrate that. We have the narration of the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, himself, and we can...
Yeah, that's because it's the newest one. You know what else is intact? The Encyclopedia Britannica. Does that make it more true than the Quran? Like, the way these people do the mental gymnastics to put meaning into the most meaningless things. What did we start with? A flash of lightning. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Show the chain of narration going back to him. And we have Muslims who understand the sciences of Islam as, you know, the companions of the Prophet understood it, the early scholars understood it, who are practicing Islam for what Allah revealed it to be, not for what we or the liberals or the conservatives want it to be.
What's the beef with the Jews?
There's no real beef with Jews, to be completely honest.
Low-key, I mean,
there's no beef with the Jews. There's no beef between the Jews and the Muslims. Okay, well, glad we cleared that up.
Israel conflict in Minecraft. I mean, we're all free Palestine, right?
Yes.
We're all free Palestine. There seems to be a little bit of underlying beef from what I've talked to people of all religions, and there's always like a little bit of tension. What do you think about the Jews, honestly? And answer that question as if we're not on the stream right now.
You guys want to go
They
for
won't. There is no way they would answer this honestly. There's no way. The hate for the Jews is so ingrained in the culture. There is no way we're getting honest answers here.
Any guidance? That's it. Any guidance? It's like every other kafir, essentially, right?
Yeah. Wait, Musa, where are you from, bro? Ethnically?
I'm Turkish.
Turkish? MashaAllah. Okay, I'm the only Palestinian here, so I'll be the first to speak on it.
Free Palestine in the chat. Free Palestine in the chat.
I mean. I've actually tried very hard in the last few years, especially when I was younger and a lot more hot-headed, to differentiate between Zionism and Judaism and Jews, right? There's nothing wrong with Jews. Even Judaism is actually very close to Islam. And, you know, I can respect some of their beliefs and their practices to that, because they actually, some of them try to be very true to what they believe the book says and true to God. So
condescending.
And they think God is so holy that they can't actually say his name or write his name out, which, you know, I can respect that as well.
You mean like not being able to draw his name or his face?
The problem is a political one, not a religious one. And I think the more we make it a religious one, the more we fail to tackle the real issue, which is basically an uprooted Palestine and the political, I don't want to say the T word on here, but it's what they call Muslims a lot. That is the Israeli state. They are, you know, terrorizing Muslims, non-Muslims even, you know, Arab Christians that live there. They don't even let, the same way they don't let Muslims celebrate Eid at Al-Aqsa, the masjid, the mosque we have there. They don't let the Christians celebrate Christmas. They don't let them put the tree. I think they like burnt it down or cut it down last Christmas or something. And this is the political issue because they don't like the Palestinian people, not Islam as a whole.
A lot of people are asking again. Well, at the top, I want to hear what you think about the Jews. Anho, is there any beef?
Man, I couldn't even give you an answer on that, to be honest.
Told ya.
You think it's a stupid question?
That's
no,
not.
I don't think it's a stupid question. I just like
can't say what I really think, or I'd get canceled because it's evil.
Personally, I haven't really looked into it. Just being honest.
Okay. Stop the cap.
So Rami's like the voice of the Quran of the three of you.
No, man. When we're in it, you know.
Okay.
But it's like we all have different dynamics.
Yeah.
And just like for this question in specific,
You feel like that because that is exactly what he wants to do. That is precisely what all three of them, probably all four of them, want to say. But they don't got the balls. They believe it so deeply. But I wonder why. I wonder why they won't say it.
there's a lot of things that I just don't have the time. And it's not that I don't care about it. It's just I haven't been able to like dip my toes in it. You know.
Stop the cap.
And so if we were on stream right now and I asked you the same question, like what you think about the Jews, you would say the same thing. You'd be like, I don't have an answer.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's totally it. Exactly. You got it.
Okay. For the people who don't know about your channel, can you explain the message of your channel? It's called The Three Muslims, so obviously your whole view on reacting to content is coming from a place, is coming from Islam. What's your point? What's your message with your videos?
I think they're so bad. All of like you would think there's three of them. They have the channel. I don't know how big the channel is, but it's big enough that they're on with Sneako. This weird, awkward silence every time he asks a question. Like, are you guys not here? Like, what are we doing?
For myself, the main message
Divorce.
that I try, the main message I try to portray in Islam is that Islam is the only way to live. Islam is.
Oh, honey, sweetie baby. It's not, though.
The solution to all problems. And I think that was kind of the route that I took with the reaction that we did to you and the Hamza beef and all that. You know, I didn't want to just sit there and like, you know, act holy or better than anyone and stuff for Allah. You know, may Allah protect us from this kind of arrogance. I just wanted to say that I was in a very similar state once, and that's because we're all a product of our surroundings. We all grew up in the West with liberal and capitalistic ideas, and that Islam is the truth. It's the way to live life, and it will actually make you not just a better person, but more content in your life. It'll actually make you happier. It'll make you more content. It'll make you more, I would say, not tolerant in the way that you let people walk all over you, but tolerant in dealing with people so you can have better outcomes in social interactions and that stuff.
Do we need to rewind to the point where he asked about the LGBT people? Not tolerant at all. Totally. No way. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. Just don't fucking piss on me and tell it to rain.
I've noticed a lot of these things for myself. So I want people to see that not only was Islam the pinnacle for, like, for example, the judicial system we have in the West, innocent until proven guilty, even the jury system, these things were taken from Islam. You know, the money that the newborn baby gets when, you know, they're given birth to from the government, the money they're given from the government, that was started from Omar, which was the companion of the Prophet, peace be upon him. All of these things, you know, they come from Islam. And I want people to see that and recognize that, so they can recognize that Islam is the truth and accept it.
They got me.
Like battery dying.
No, it's not battery dying. It's just fucking cord.
All that stuff.
Well, okay. While they're,
I mean, is anybody convinced? Is anybody convinced by what they're talking about?
While they're getting me with the baseball bats, can you explain what's your overall take on my videos and my message? Do you think I can still convert, or is it too late after the stuff I've done?
It's never too late, bro. Never too late.
Of course, when it comes to bringing people in, and then they're all ready to jump on the mic. But actually explain anything.
Silence. Oh yeah, Angel, bro, you want to tell that story, man?
No, I think I would love to, but you know the actual stories, like the hadiths, way more than I do. So please, go take it away.
So Khalid ibn Walid radiallahu anhu is a person who, even today, some of his military strategies they're still implementing, because he was such a profound military strategist that he was the only person who actually caused the Muslims real harm during war. There's one battle called the Battle of Uhud, which was a very tough day for the Muslims. People were saying that the Prophet died, which he didn't, peace be upon him, but that was the rumors going around. The Muslims, many Muslims even very close to the Prophet, like his uncle Hamza radiallahu anhu, he was killed during that battle.
Hamza.
No, not Hamza.
Okay.
Uncle of the Prophet Muhammad. His name was Hamza.
Hamza, yeah.
So it was a very tough day for the Muslims, and it was all because of two things. One, some Muslims didn't listen to the Prophet and do what they were supposed to. And two, Khalid ibn Walid, he led an army around the mountain and flanked the Muslims and basically pincered them. So that was very tough. Now, this is a man who killed many Muslims and led to the deaths of many Muslims because of these wars. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, he knew that Khalid was a brilliant man. So he inquired about him. He's like, where's Khalid? This man is too smart to not accept Islam. Like, he can see clearly that this is the truth. And then later Khalid came to him and he said, I killed many Muslims. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. He's like, I killed many Muslims. How can I be forgiven? Can you please ask God to forgive me? And the Prophet, peace be upon him, he said, Khalid, don't you know that when you accept Islam, Allah forgives all your sins? So if you right now were to accept Islam on the spot, or tomorrow, or the day after, or next week, or next month.
See what I mean about being so wordy? Like, why couldn't you just say the end part? Like, no, dude, it's not too late for you. If you accept this Allah, then, or whatever it is, if you accept whatever he said, then your sins are gone. Just say it. Why are religious people always on this tangent? Just spit it out.
The next year, Allah will forgive you for everything that you've done. But I want to be very clear and say that we can't play games. We can't plan to get to 80 and then accept Islam after a life of sin while knowing it was the truth. Because that's just being arrogant, playing games with God. And I would say anyone who does that will very likely be punished on the Day of Judgment for trying to, make a fool out of God. Astaghfirullah al-Azim.
You guys are speaking like I can hear the peace in your voice, and you follow the Quran properly and everything. But a lot of people in the chat are bringing up natural criticisms of Islam, and they're saying, someone asked why 1 out of 4 Muslim Americans think suicide bombings are sometimes or often justified. If it's so
that's exactly what I was talking about when you said if it's these things are so peaceful that if you ask the people who live in these countries where this is the predominant culture, why are they okay with suicide bombings? That, like, what else could be the explanation? I'm ready for it. I'm listening, but
peaceful, like I'm gonna ask the same question again. Why? Again, people asking about honor killings and everything. Why is that so commonly supported if it's a religion of peace?
So the thing is, with scientific studies and surveying, you got to look at what the groupings or what the cohorts were.
Oh,
if you
this
go to a place
motherfucker.
where there's 50 people and all of them are, for some reason, ill-informed, they're misguided, they're not practicing.
Bro, this is so well studied. Over and over and over and over at least since 11/9. They've been doing these kind of surveys specifically to see whether or not Islam really is a religion of peace. And he's going to go, well, if you ask 50 people. We'll look one up
Islam properly, and they believe in honor killings and all that. You ask all of them, right? Let's say 40 out of 50 of them say, yeah, I believe the honor killings are okay. And then if you go saying statistically, this means 80% of Muslims support honor killings. Yeah, that's not science, bro. That's not
25%. It's saying 25%.
And he's right about that, if that is the case. But let's see. So let's keep watching this. I'm gonna do some digging real quick.
1 in 4 Americans. Well, most Americans think that's suicide bombing.
You got to collect the study. You got to show me what the cohorts were. You got to show me who the subjects were. You got to show me what they believe in, because in Islam we don't believe in honor killings whatsoever.
You also have to think about who you're interviewing as well. You're interviewing like Americans, which have naturally been brainwashed to believe that, obviously through stuff like 9/11, that we are people that do suicide bombings. That's just how they perceive it. You know what I mean? If you go to a country where maybe Islam's a bit raw, where they have like adhan playing in the streets and stuff like that, like when it's time to pray, you go to them type of like villages and stuff like that, I'm sure the outcome will be significantly different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I do want to jump in and kind of give a different perspective. You know, when you look at the Muslims and the Muslim suffrage in the world, like the Uyghurs in China, you know, the Palestinian Muslims in Palestine and in the Middle East, you know, Iraq, Iran, these places that were absolutely destroyed. They were beautiful cities once upon a time, but absolutely decimated by the West. These are hurt people, even if they're American.
Hey, we're all gonna make it is with us. Welcome. Says Islam is the truth, but many Muslims have their own twisted cultures and they call it Islamic. I would say that's not only a problem with Islam, but a problem with religion in general, which is why we need to get rid of it. But welcome. So maybe, maybe you have a better answer if this is something that you follow. Sneako was just asking about why so many Muslims are in favor of self-deletion killings. And I've seen this all over with many different things and many different aspects of Sharia law, and even in America. Why are these ideas, these cultural ideas that supposedly have nothing to do with Islam, why are they so prevalent in Muslim Americans?
They're still Muslim. They still love their people, their home country, their hometown people. They're going to be emotional, and this is most likely an emotional response, not a religious or logical one. When you look at Islam, you read the text, you find there's no place for honor killing. There's no place for bombing.
So why do you think it's so common compared to other religions?
That's the thing. It's not that common.
It is.
Look at look at the last 10 mass shootings or bombings.
But that wasn't done in the name of religion, though. That was done for men's, they went crazy. There's more often than not. I don't want to say something incorrectly, but it seems like more often than not, the honor killings and suicide bombings happen in the name of Islam more than other religions.
It's just highlighting, bro. That's all it is. Like the media is highlighting this. It's like if you were to go back in time when you had the KKK, right? Like this was a small group of people, and now when you see Christians, you don't say, this is the KKK, this is the KKK. No, because it's not highlighted anymore. But right now we live in a time where in Islam, like, oh, it's just being highlighted as a terrorist-like thing, but it's not that way if you actually look into it.
It's like what they choose to highlight out of their overall identity. I remember when there was some guy jumped in a van and ran over people in London, right? They identified the fact he was Muslim, even though it wasn't an act done in the name of Islam, or it was never anything that indicated he was Islamic. It was just something that they further figured out for his identity. It's the same thing with if a terrorist goes and kills a bunch of people and then they realize he's Muslim, they'll highlight it in the headline. But if a white kid goes and shoots up a school and they later identify as Christian, they'll put mental health in the headline. So it's just identifying different parts of it. You know what I mean? So,
but then
a
also,
lot of the terrorists.
In my experience, like I've made fun of every religion, every race. The only group of people that have acted so angrily and emotionally and it was encouraging violence were Muslim people. I've never had so many threats before, and I've made fun of every single. Musa can vouch for that. I make fun of everybody. Why is it that Islamic people are the only ones that have really been singular that I can single out and say like, yes, they want to commit violence against me because of a joke?
But from moral tolerance, bro.
Intolerance, yeah.
So you've just said it. Inherently, Muslims they are saying inherently Muslims have a different moral tolerance, and if they're talking about violence, that means a lower moral tolerance. You just said it. Let's hear it again.
Want to commit violence against me because of a joke?
But from moral tolerance, bro.
Intolerance, yeah.
So there's no correlation. There's no correlation. It's all misconception.
Oh, yeah. I might even have you.
So we've got here from Pew Research beliefs about Sharia law, and I believe this is all in America. No, this is throughout the world. So if we're looking across the that one's not really that important. The second one is percent of Muslims who say that there is one interpretation or multiple interpretations. So the dark green is where people are saying there is only one. There's no way to interpret it. What it says is what it says. 50% of Bosnia, over 50% of Russia, and especially over in in Turkey. Well, Turkey's pretty good, but Afghanistan 67, Bangladesh 57, Lebanon 59. These are all people who believe that Sharia law is the Sharia law. There's no, two ways about it. And then in favor of this, so this is the percentage of Muslims who favor making Islamic law the official law of their country. I mean, again, we look in Southeastern Europe, and Russia's the biggest one. But we come down to South Asia. 99% of people, 84% of people in Pakistan, 91% of Iraq. All of these people think that it should be that Sharia law should be the law of the land. And let's see if we can get any hard numbers of how many people. Let's go back up to the top real quick and see if we got an actual hard number. Let's see. So let's just see what else this study shows us. Trey says there are so many black people that hate Christianity. There's a lot of people that hate Christianity for good reason. So I'm not seeing any hard numbers, but again, this is Pew. This is Pew Research. This isn't some shoddy little study. Muslims pray more frequently. Sharia. Yep. Should Sharia apply to all citizens, including non-Muslims? So again, we go to fortunately, we see in most of these countries that the majority just want Muslims to have to follow Sharia law. But Kyrgyzstan, Turkey's right over half, or just under half. Indonesia's half. Afghanistan, 61%. Egypt is 74%. All of these places. I'm just looking for sample sizes. All of these places are it's flying right in the face of what these guys are telling us. So among Muslims who say Sharia law should be the law of the land, the percentage who say that religious judges should decide domestic and property disputes. So these are all the people who believe that the judges should decide religious family stuff. Same for corporal punishment. Corporal punishment meaning you some type of violence. So here, obviously, we have here we obviously have the death penalty, but that's rarely used, and it's only for one type of crime. That's not what they're talking about in Sharia law. So again, we have all of these people in all of these places who are down with the get down. Can we go back to Kyrgyzstan? Over half. Malaysia, 66. Almost half of, let's call it half of Southeast Asia. And then Bangladesh is the lowest in South Asia with 50%. That's the only thing that Pakistan beat Afghanistan on. We should use corporal punishment. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, stoning as a penalty for adultery. So southeastern Asia, I mean Europe doesn't seem to be down with that. Central Asia, not really down with that, except to Tajikistan. But we go to Southeast Asia, right back in the 60s and 50s, and we get the stands. Pakistan and Afghanistan back at 85 and 89%. I mean, these are according to the guys on the panel, these are shitty studies. These are people who don't know any better. Only they know. They know the right way. But all of these people in all of these countries across the world, they don't really know what they're talking about. Let's just finish up scrolling through what else they have. Penalty for converting to another faith. The death penalty. So Malaysia, 62% of the people there think that you should die if you leave Islam. 79%, 69%, 86% in Egypt, 82% in Jordan. You should die. You should die if you leave the religion. That is their belief. How is this a religion of peace? Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think that is the case. But you think the courts are skewed here, then yeah, I do believe that adultery is still wrong for men, but it's just not enforced that way. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see what else we got. Views on current laws in their relation to Sharia. So, how closely do the country follow Sharia? So, all Bosnians saying they're so southern Eastern Europe, not really too close. We go back down to Southeast Asia. They want it to be more. They want it to be. That's ironic. Look at this. So, all of these countries that had things like, low levels of whatever we were measuring. You go down here and you're saying, yeah, they're pretty closely following Sharia law. But you go to the countries like Afghanistan and Egypt, which are balls to the wall with this shit. And what do they think? 11%. Think they're oh, I'm reading that wrong. Okay, that does make sense. I thought it was saying that the places that aren't close think that they need to get think that they're too close, and the ones that are too far think that they haven't gone far enough. So is it good or bad that laws do not follow Sharia closely? So bad is where they want Sharia. Again, 65%, 91% in Pakistan. So don't tell me. Let's see if we can get a number. So don't tell me that people don't want this. Don't tell me that this is silly, a small portion of people who don't understand. Or don't tell me that. We just looked at the numbers. You, friends, are in the minority if you don't want Sharia law to be spread across the world in your religion. But please tell me more.
Change the question. You said why Islamic people? It's Muslims, bro. There's Islam and Muslim are different things, bro.
What's the
Muslim? the difference is one is imperfect, is flawed, is the creation. That's us Muslims, and one is Allah, God, who's perfect, and His created divine revelation and laws on mankind, which is flawless.
Is it just me, or did he say the same thing?
What's the difference?
Muslim, the difference is
okay. So
one is imperfect, is flawed, is the creation. That's us Muslims, and one is Allah, God, who's perfect,
okay,
and His created divine revelation and laws on mankind, which is flawless.
Basically, Islam is the religion in the way it was revealed to be practiced. You know, God says pray 5 times a day, we pray 5 times a day.
Get it. Islam is the religion, Muslims are the people.
Muslim is just someone who calls himself a Muslim, someone who says they practice Islam. Is every Muslim praying 5 times a day? No.
No,
Does that mean
most of them aren't. I think a lot of the people sending me threats are probably not perfect practicing Muslims. Is that a fair assumption?
100%.
Do all of you pray 5 times?
I bet you they practice pretty strongly, though, and I bet you they believe with all of their might. He said that an hour ago. I'm way behind. I mean, you know, they've been repeating themselves and going in circles and spinning themselves webs of bullshit for quite a while. So maybe. I don't think you're behind though.
Okay. Musa, I know, doesn't.
Don't follow me.
No, I'm just being honest. We're being honest on this stream.
My average is like 3, 4. That's my things. I'm getting there. But
That's so weird. That's so weird. How can you think that you're praying to a God 3 times a day and then just think like, I'm gonna not. He wants 2 more, but fuck him. You think it's God. You think it's God, bro. You're telling God to fuck off? Like, if you're not praying, that makes sense. If you're praying 5 times a day as God wants, that makes sense. How the fuck are you saying, like, nah, I'll do 3? What? Why bother?
3 or 4 times a day?
yeah, well, I was traveling today, so I only have to do 3.
Excuses.
I think.
The combined prayers.
Yeah. Musa Mela, bro, and Sneako, as Muslims, bro, our etiquette is to put a blanket over the sins of our brothers because we believe that on the day of judgment, Allah will put a blanket on our sins, bro.
That was an important line. Did you guys hear what he said? He gave away the whole thing. He gave away the whole thing. He said the quiet part out loud. Did anybody catch it? I'm going to wait. I want to see if any of you guys caught it. I'm just going to make myself another drink and see if any of you guys caught it. And we'll run it back. He gave away the whole thing. I can't believe he said that. He just fucking said it. He's like, yeah, we just, ooh. Fuck it. Let's open another one. We'll have some fun after this one. This is kind of slow. Nobody knows? Cheers to Allah. All right. Nobody knows? Okay, let's see. Did any film get it? You know, all those guys are devout followers who justify beheadings, stoning, bombings, flying planes into buildings. We're just Muslims, not on the real. You are exactly right. Maybe you are a little behind, if that's your answer to the question. But he said we put a blanket over our brother's sins. What do you think that means? Hear it again, and let's revisit.
Yeah, well, I was traveling today, so I only have to do 3, I think. But
The combined prayers.
Yeah. Musa Mela, bro, and Sneako, as Muslims, bro, our etiquette is to put a blanket over the sins of our brothers because we believe that on the day of judgment, Allah will put a blanket on our sins, bro.
Our etiquette is to put a blanket on the sins of our brothers because Allah will put a blanket on ours. Yep. They will not tell you. They will not acknowledge that there's an inconsistency in the Quran to you. They will not speak openly about what they think about the Jews to you because you're an outsider. And so all of this has been not to teach Sneako anything, but to smooth over any ideas that, oh, well, you know, people are justifiably, in their mind, justifiably calling for the death of this man. But, ooh, you know, we got a YouTube channel that gets views about being Muslim. So maybe it would be better if we go on and just smooth it over. We don't actually have to bring anything. We just got to say things. And then it goes away. One more time, in case you weren't paying attention, in case you missed it. This is the crux of it all.
Yeah, well, I was traveling today, so I only have to do 3, I think.
Why? Oh, sorry. Why is Islam bullshit?
Musa Mela, bro, and Sneako.
Why is Islam bullshit?
As Muslims, bro, our etiquette is to put a blanket over the sins of our brothers because we believe that on the day of judgment, Allah will put a blanket on our sins, bro.
That's why.
TLDR, to answer your previous thing, your recent video was talking about...
And he didn't even... There was no like, oops, I just gave away that we're bullshitting. There was none of that. He didn't even... It's not even something in his consciousness. That's just a thing. Yeah, we lie about our own. And right into the next thing. Because that means nothing. Because how people view Islam is way more important than the truth. Right? Don't you guys think so? You care more about what people think about Islam than you do about the truth, right?
How, you know, the system wants to make us sheep and control us and program us, and they don't want us to find the truth and silence us, and they'll delete our Instagrams and all this type of stuff, right? If there was a system, I'm not even talking about Islam for now, but if there was a system that would free us, right? That would free us from the powers above, that would not allow this wealth disparity.
Libertarianism, let's go!
Where people are suffering and those elites at the top have all the money, no interest, right? Would they want to present that to us in a good way? Or would they want to vilify that on media so people are scared to even look into it?
Can you comment on the hadith? They're saying that hadith...
I love how he just like, that was a stupid question, and I'm just going to move on.
It means that the Muslims who change their faith should be killed. I don't mean to just ask you about violence and everything, but these are the questions that are arising, and I have to admit I'm a little bit curious after seeing the reaction to that viral TikTok.
Yeah, there is a hadith where the Prophet peace be upon him, he said something along the lines of, if someone abandons his religion and betrays his community, then to kill him. There is a concept of hadud, which is capital punishment for apostasy, but it's more than
we just read about, and we just read about all the different countries and how sometimes 90% of the country is in favor of that.
You know, not being Muslim anymore. It's kind of being, you know, non-Muslim in the Charlie Hebdo way, where you're going and you're inciting this kind of like hatred, or for example, if someone comes and they say that something that is that's a pinnacle of Islam, like 5 daily prayers, someone comes and they say this is no longer obligatory, you don't have to pray it anymore, what will happen Islamically, and this is outlined in the Quran, they would be sat down in a peaceful, quiet place for 3 days, and they would be told, if you keep doing this, then you will be killed. If you keep doing it, you'll be killed for 3 days straight. And if they keep persisting in it, then they will be. But this isn't even necessarily the case, because in the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, this is called the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. He made a treaty, a pact with...
Again, just going on and on and on and on. I'm looking for a place to pause it to highlight the bullshit he just said, but he's going on and on and on and on. He said the idea is not that, you know, it's not just if you don't believe. It's if you don't believe in a Charlie Hebdo way. You just said that out loud, brother. That's the quiet part. You guys are, I don't know if it's maybe you hit the 1 hour mark and your brain just melts. But Charlie Hebdo did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. They are not Muslim. We're not Muslim. We're, because you slaughtered them. They drew a cartoon. And of course, they were, oh, that's so wrong. That's so wrong. But then Sneako brings up apostasy, and they use that as an example. Listen to it again.
You don't have to pray it. That's the pinnacle of Islam, like hadud, which is capital punishment.
Will be killed. Can you comment on the hadith? They're saying that hadith means that the Muslims who
pay attention,
change their faith should be killed. I don't mean to just ask you about violence and everything, but these are the questions that are arising, and I have to admit I'm a little bit curious after seeing the reaction to that viral TikTok.
Yeah, there is a hadith where the Prophet peace be upon him, he said something along the lines of, if someone abandons his religion and betrays his community, then to kill him. There is a concept of hadud, which is capital punishment for apostasy, but it's more than just, you know, not being Muslim anymore. It's kind of being, non-Muslim in the Charlie Hebdo way, where you're going and
being non-Muslim in the Charlie Hebdo way. He said it.
You're inciting this kind of like hatred, or for example, if someone comes and they say that something that is that's a pinnacle of Islam, like 5 daily prayer, someone comes and they say this is no longer obligatory, you don't have to pray it anymore, what will happen Islamically, and this is outlined in the Quran, is they would be sat down in a peaceful, quiet place for 3 days, and they would be told, if you keep doing this, then you will be killed. If you keep doing it, you'll be killed for 3 days straight, and if they keep persisting in it, then they will be. But this isn't.
Notice how they're just like, the fact that we tell you we're going to kill you if you keep doing this thing first, that makes it okay. No. The idea is that I, as a person, as a human, should have rights. And I'm not even just talking about, the right to free speech and the right to, I'm just saying basic human rights. But they don't believe that. They don't believe that. They believe that it is okay to end your life if you disagree with them.
Even necessarily the case, because in the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, this is called the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. He made a treaty, a pact with non-Muslim lands, where if anyone basically apostates in the way that I described, which is basically like a breaking of social contract, revoking the citizenship, if you want to call it that, if that happens, they will be safely transported to the non-Muslim land to live there. So it's like a worst case scenario thing.
But it is a scenario.
Worst case scenario, yes.
But it's a scenario encouraged in the Quran.
I believe so. Is it? Do you guys know? I think it is outlined in the Quran.
Yup.
And just backed up.
And again, more silence. When it comes to actually knowing anything about the religion, knowing anything about the dogma, knowing anything about the philosophy of what goes into what they're preaching. Silence. But the moment he's like, whoa, is it too late for it? No, you can come, brother. Fuck you. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. I'm kind of passing out, so I can't even comment on that right now.
What's up with you? Why are you tired?
I'm in France. I'm in France right now, bro. So it's like.
He's trying to, he said there's going to be more Charlie Hebdo. I guess.
Yeah, it's 1:30 a.m., bro, and I got a jet lag, man.
What you doing in France? Charlie Hebdo said some shit? Nah, play. No, don't make jokes. I'm sorry again. Apologies.
Bro, you just messed up the entire stream, bro. They coming back after you, bro.
See, and that's all it takes. He's half joking, but he's half not. There are probably people who are going to come after him for just that comment. Because how dare you speak of my way of life in the way that you speak of other people's way of lives? They are just peons living by some silly thing. I am a Muslim. I follow Islam. Therefore, I am better than you. So much better that if you don't listen to me and agree with me, you shall die. Religion of peace.
Right then out again.
Fuck.
No,
Jeez, bro.
Don. I'm interested. I want Don in this. I was gonna suggest getting Don.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You mentioned this a lot on some streams about Islam, and then if there was one religion that you identify the most with, would be Islam.
Yeah.
I hear this in a lot of stuff that Andrew Tate says, and a lot of people in the manosphere. It's always just talking good about Islam. If I had to bet on one religion.
So let's, before we get into this question, it says, 20 years ago, I knew a young woman hiding in England, worried her father and uncles would kill her in an honor killing for leaving the religion of peace. But wait a minute, indie film. That must be incorrect. You must be mistaken. Because our friends here just told us that honor killing has nothing to do with Islam. Oh, I think it's because they don't call it that. They just call it apostasy. And I don't know, maybe they do call it that. I don't know. But, like, again, the mental gymnastics that you have to do. And don't get it twisted, guys. Christianity isn't any better. We've got streams to do on Christianity. But tonight, our focus is here.
It would be Islam.
So let me back. I want to make sure I get his question. I want to make sure I get his...
You mentioned this a lot on some streams about Islam, and then if there was one religion that you identify the most with, would be Islam.
Yeah.
I hear this in a lot of stuff that Andrew Tate says, and a lot of people in the manosphere. It's always just talking good about Islam. If I had to bet on one religion, it would be Islam. But then they don't really do anything about it. So my genuine question to you is, where are you in terms of your views on Islam and your own personal journey with God?
It's almost disrespectful that he would ask that question when sitting there silently and not even giving his own view on Islam, which is what he's here for. And then he wants, well, what do you want? A little bit. Give on to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. That's enough for me. That's enough for me to say Christianity's better. Fair enough.
I like the respect that Islam promotes, and I think in the West, I agree with Tate. I agree that the comparison is that you could walk around with the shirt that says Jesus is gay, and nobody will blink an eye. Like, and I've had one-on-one calls with people, and they said yeah, I'm going to a party it's twerking for Jesus, and I'm like, what? And Jesus, people being anti-Christian is marketed as it's fun. It's something. It's like the rappers are all having dropping crosses in their album covers and on screen. They use Satan to promote their music. It's anti-Christian in the West is a fun thing that people use. It's an aesthetic choice.
I can understand why. I think that's actually a decent perspective to have about given the question. But the answer flies in the face of actual, not liberal like leftist 2022, actual classical liberal values of, again, freedom of expression. You either have Charlie Hebdo or you have Lil Nas X. Or I should rather say you either have Charlie Hebdo being slaughtered, or you have Lil Nas X and his whatever. As is evident, you cannot have both. So do you want to live in the world where cartoonists get mowed down? Or where, our pop stars are a little fucking weird?
But I like the fact that Islam doesn't tolerate any of that. And I think that most Islamic people have their heads screwed on properly, where they have a sense of guidance that they can follow that keeps their morality in check. Whereas a lot of other...
He's been talking to too many American Muslims. Brother, you have no clue. You have no clue how deep this shit actually goes. Talk to somebody who actually lives in a third world country and believes this shit. American Islam is not even the same thing.
Religions and other thought, trains of thought, it can derail you. And I think a lot of people now use their political ideology as their religion. They use LGBT as their religion. They use Democratic Party, and it's just that's not. Or they adamantly believe in people, and they worship celebrities and politicians rather than God. And I think the best, if you're going to follow something, it should be God. And in the West, it hasn't been Christianity. And I personally grew up Catholic, just like Angel. And Catholicism, I've just seen a lot of hypocrisies in it, where we have something in Catholicism which is called confession, where you sit down and then you confess to the priest, and then no matter what you did, even if you killed somebody, you can literally confess a murder and be and talk about fucking out of wedlock, any sin, and the priest will say, all right, say 10 Hail Marys, 10 Our Fathers, and you're good. And I sat in confession. It doesn't really sound like they're listening. I don't like the fact that they walk around with a donation basket. I'm pretty sure it's the same with the mosque, but the Christian church doesn't pay taxes. A lot of people profit off of it. There's a lot of pastors, even on YouTube, some of the most highest
mosques don't pay taxes either.
Super chat channels on YouTube are Christian pastors. And I've just seen the way that they flock to it. It just seems false. And it seems like they worship a lot of false idols, and people use Christianity for the wrong things. But Islam seems the most grounded, and it seems like it promotes family values and conservative values, and more than most people that I've spoken with. And
I do not blame Sneako for 1 second for having this idea, because if you are Sneako, the Muslims that you're going to come in contact with are going to be those type of people. You're not necessarily going to find, if you think about it in the type of Christians that you're going to encounter, everybody's a fucking Christian. everybody who doesn't think about religion is a Christian. And so the people who are Muslim are going to be a little bit more conscious about what it is that they believe and how they live. And most people are not extremists, of course. But the fact is, you're not getting a clear vision of what this ideology really stands for, and where the logical conclusion really is. Yeah, tell Hail Mary for murder. Maybe 25 for a large indulgence. Make it 10. There you go.
Especially the people that I admire the most, since I was a kid, have all found is even people that did not grow up with Islam found Islam. People that I admire, like Dave Chappelle, Malcolm X, and I respect those people a lot, and I like their trains of thought, and I think that that's a good thing to follow.
Name one thing that is a common thread between what Malcolm X said and what Dave Chappelle said that isn't directly racially related.
It's not just the 4 wives thing. It's not just the 4 wives. But, but that sounds good too.
Do you believe in one God?
The truth is, I want to more than I do.
There you go.
With my platform now and the way things are going on in the West, I think it's important for me to promote believing in God, and I think it's a good train of thought for people to follow.
But I don't. And this is the impasse for so many people, is that people like Sneako, people like the 3 Muslims, people like myself, we see a spiritual void in society. I see it. It's there. I'm not unaware. But feeding that with lies and half-truths and mental gymnastics is not the way to fix it. We need to break away from these fairy tales. We need to break away from these myths, deal with reality as it is, and see that there is no God coming to save you. You have to do better. You are the only one who can do anything. Or you could just sit back and expect that God's going to fix it. I don't know what to tell you.
But there's a lot of people that listen to me, and I think that believing in God is the best train of thought to follow. But to be perfectly honest, I want to believe in it more than I actually do.
Why is that?
What's stopping you?
Because
reality, facts, evidence, truth, logic, rationality.
I personally think that God is something that is internal.
He's going to start talking about a deistic God, a less well-defined God, a God that is love, a God is the universe, a God is the spirit of all, that kind of a God. I also believe that something like that exists, but I don't call it God because God is a very specific thing that I don't believe exists. And so people like Sneako get confused because people like you guys, people use religious language when they really mean just spiritual. And so now you have a young man on a spiritual journey and he doesn't have the right semantics to express what he really feels. And these other gentlemen are employing that semantic obfuscation to try to make their side, their ideology, look different than it actually is. The dude upper left said he's ready to go all around. And well, he's in France, and it's after 1 a.m. So, has nothing to do with lying about, the Jews.
Before, I've always followed the idea that God is love, and that we know.
I called it
from wrong internally. If you do enough self-reflection, if you have enough self-awareness, you know right from wrong, and you could
Sneako.
Follow that. But religion is important, and God is important for the mass population because a lot of people without it don't have a proper sense of guidance, and that's when people start acting out of line.
I don't even disagree with that. But I just don't think the answer is to continue lying to people and say, well, there's a big bad man that's going to spank you if you don't do this. No, we need to evolve as a species. We need to be better. We need to be able to handle this shit. We need to be able to have morals and values without it coming from on high. But we can't develop that if we keep getting fed dogma. Whether it's from religion or now from the government. The worst possible place for it to come from.
But I think you can find God. The idea of God is love. And I think I have found that without religion. And that's why I can't fully commit to a religion. And I really want to more than, it feels kind of forced for me. Like I can't, I want to follow these scriptures and everything, but.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. There is nothing stopping him from just following the tenets of the you know, and holding the values of saying, this is how you should act, this is how you shouldn't act. There's nothing stopping him. But he feels like, and they feel like, that you have to accept the proposition. You have to believe, otherwise it doesn't count. Why do we care what you actually believe is true or not if we agree on the values, if we agree on how you should behave? With this last hour and 10 minutes of their stream, the last 2 hours and 42 minutes of this stream, would that time not have been better spent talking about how we should act, what we should do, what we shouldn't do, instead of arguing over a particular set of ideas and whether it exists or not? Put a 1 if you think that would have been a better use of time. Or maybe I'm just out here by myself. Maybe I'm just out here by myself and everybody is perfectly fine with just spinning their wheels talking about what they think is right and this is that. And then instead of actually talking about what the fuck we should actually do to help each other, to help ourselves, to do better, then don't type anything. But if you think talking about that stuff might help, let me see a 1. I want to know if I'm crazy.
Rami was making the comparison to how I think Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are all very similar. I think that a lot of religions are just different versions of the same ideas. Different days to go to church, the mosque, the temple, the church. It's you know, different hat, what a woman can wear, what like a yarmulke, or it's all just different variations of the same thing. Be a good person. That's what it boils down to. The 10 Commandments. Be a good person in Christianity. So yes, it'd be nice to have rules to follow, but I've always attained the idea that I can have those good ideas without religion.
And you are stronger for it. You are stronger for having gone through developing those values on your own instead of having them just spoon-fed to you. Thank you, Indie Film. You are stronger if you can develop. Like, think about how highly these guys hold their religion and how most people hold their religion. If you can come to the same conclusion that God came to, but without God, what does that actually mean about me? Because I gave all that shit up and I came to the same conclusions, morally, for the most part. So am I just that amazing? I mean, please, I love the flattery. But it seems like a more reasonable answer that religion is just not being an asshole with extra steps.
That's why when I disrespected Islam by mocking the prayer, I wasn't afraid of the reaction at the time because I knew that it was coming from a good place.
I'm a Muslim. Islam is bullshit. Come at me, bros.
And I thought that Islamic people or Muslim people, I don't want to make the mistake, I thought that they would see the good intentions. I was trying to call out haram. I was trying to call out the actions that I see around me. So I thought that actual religious people would have been able to see that my intentions were good. I wasn't trying to mock the religion.
They don't care about your intentions. They don't care about your intentions. They care about how they are viewed. They care about how they are viewed. Hey, I'm a Muslim. You're making fun of Muslims. That makes me look stupid. They don't care about your soul. Come on, bro.
I was trying to mock the people who are acting out of line. That's why I was not afraid to do those jokes. I understand now when it's clipped out of context, and you know I'm up now. The stream is growing and everything. There's an active amount of people who want to take me down, and my ideas and what I'm saying can be misconstrued. But I really have this idea that I am a good person and that I don't need religion. But I think eventually it will happen. And I've been an atheist well, not an atheist, but I've left religion.
Oh, no, you're an atheist.
I was very young. When I was like 10, I went to catechism. I went to church. I had to get my confirmation. I was baptized and everything. I was told to believe in God. And I was sitting in church and I'm like, it's just not hidden. Like the priest is there telling us a speech every day. I think they call it a sermon. I want to say it incorrectly.
BLM, I was going to think of, how about more like big loser Marxists and LGBT plus the loser bastard girl team. I don't know. What do you want from me?
But it's like, what does this priest even know? This priest has never.
The difference is not much. Oh, not much at all. Not much at all. They're almost exactly the same in the way that they affect me. You have stupid ideas, and you want me to follow them. So yeah, pretty much same goes for all three: BLM, Islam, alphabet soup. You're all stupid, and do your thing. Do your thing. But I don't think that you have the right ideas. You probably don't think I have the right ideas, but that's okay. You probably want to murder me. But guess what? We're equally opposite, and I'm fine. So what the fuck does that say about you? Cope.
Fuck the girl. He's only been in the church all the time. Like, how much can I really relate to this guy? I want to get some pussy. I want to be outside. I want to start business. This guy doesn't know shit. This guy's name is Philip, or his name is like Mark, and he wears like a wizard costume every day, and he sits and he talks. But what the fuck does he know? How does he know more about life than me? And I also don't like the hierarchy in Catholicism.
Yes.
There's the bishop and the priest and the pope, and there's all these levels of power. And here, this is young Don. Don is a very
Young Don was good, bro.
You're aware, Don?
That's good.
Hey, what's good? Hold on. There's no echo or anything, right?
Sounds good.
No.
Okay.
Pretty sure he's very Christian. Don.
Okay. Hey, what's going on?
Bro, I want to give you a huge shout out, bro. When I was having some bad days in the past, and I used to watch your animated stories, bro, it made my day.
Me too.
Hey, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. I'm just now seeing 3 of the 4 of you for the first time. How do I pronounce your name, bro? Angel or Angel? Bro, yeah. I was watching your videos maybe 2-3 years ago, like that far back. I've been hip to you, bro. I've been seeing your whole like transformation, and I was a fan for quite a while. Not that I'm not anymore. It's just you guys.
Yeah, I get it, man. That's what's up, though.
Yeah, bro. I've been hip to you for a long time, bro. Like back when I was into like that, that new age stuff, like meditation and all that. Like I learned a lot from watching your videos, and that was like so many things. That was a very helpful tool at that point in my life. You feel me? On the constant progression, on the constant growth, the stuff you taught me, was very valuable at that point in my life. So, you're definitely goated in my book.
Hey, alhamdulillah, bro.
That's all this was? A fucking dick
I was also an instrument. That's all I was.
I'm pretty sure that. Wait, hold on. Before you continue, I'm pretty sure that in Christianity and Islam, dick sucking is a sin and haram.
Oh my gosh, listen to you.
Listen, I was watching
this guy, man. I can just give props to bro when he did so good.
Sorry.
I was watching a stream between Don and Sneako. You guys were talking about religion, and Don, you were talking about something about in Islam we don't have, like, Muhammad wasn't a savior, something like that. I wanted to
yeah, Muhammad is okay. All right. Give me like y'all just talk for like 20 to 30 more seconds. I'm going live. I was just in the middle of a thing with my wife. So this was like,
what are we doing?
I didn't see this coming, but I'm real glad that I'm here. So just give me a second. I'm gonna go live. I don't want my guys to miss this at all.
I got a quick question.
Yeah.
I got a quick question for you. What do you think happens? Yeah, when you die, what do you think happens? Because you believe in God.
I don't know. To be honest, I want to believe in God more than I do.
Okay, but what do you believe in more? Do you believe in there genuinely being an afterlife or like black screen?
I don't know if it's black screen, but I can't tell you what happens when we die. And I'm to be perfectly honest, like what
that is the only intellectually honest answer to that question. What happens when we die? I don't know. I don't know. You don't know. Nobody fucking knows. So all these claims about, oh, you're going to do this, you don't know. You don't. So this is I don't know. Young Don, he came in. He's some Christian dude. He fanboyed over this dude for a minute, but it's like the end of the stream. So their stream. So I'm not really sure what he's doing here. But that's the only way to answer that question. If somebody asked you, what do you think happens when we die? You say, I don't know. There is no other answer. Not an intellectually honest one. And I don't know why people are so uncomfortable with that. You don't know what's going to happen after you die any more than you knew what happened before you were born. What reason would you have to think it would be any different? A book told you.
I would say black screen for the most part. I want to believe in an afterlife. I think it feels good.
Do you think there's an essence of ego behind believing it's black screen? Maybe don't you think that's a bit closed-minded to think that?
I think it's more.
It's closed-minded, and it's your ego to think that there's not a being who created this life just for you and is watching everything that you do and judging everything that you do, gives a fuck about what you're doing, and then has a paradise, a utopia for eternity just for you. Yeah. Just thinking that you just die. Yeah, that's what an ego on that guy. And even say, honestly, I'm just jealous of those of strong faith, sons Muslims. I wish I knew there was an afterlife. Facts. I remember knowing. And I miss it. Knowing that there's a God who's watching over you and is going to make everything is okay. That's a comforting thing. But it's not real. It's not real. So deal with it. Like there's no two ways about it. And if you have any evidence to the contrary, I am perfectly happy and open-minded enough to hear it. And I will change my mind and I'll publicly go on and say, I was wrong. God exists. But I'm going to guess that you can't do that.
And personally, I think it's more egotistical to think that we go to a place
there you go.
Paradise forever and
there
ever.
You
go. It makes us feel
good
right now, and it makes us more comfortable with the idea of mortality.
Do you think maybe you can't comprehend what that possibly could be? And then because you can't comprehend it.
Nobody can comprehend it. Nobody can comprehend it.
Don't you think black screen is a bit more of a comfortability situation rather than
I think black screen is like the most uncomfortable idea that people have, and I've always had the idea that people gravitate towards religion because of black screen, because they're afraid of nothingness, they're afraid of purgatory, so they gravitate towards religion to give them a sense of comfort in this life, and it gives them an idea of what to follow and what to do, because the scariest thing in everybody's life is that there's nothing afterwards and that there's no point. So religion gives a point to your life.
Let's go! Sneako with the W. Oh, man. Hell yeah. Let's listen to that one more time. Sneako fucking dropping bars right at the end. All right.
We'll have black screen.
Let's go all the way back. What do you think, Tillon? What do you think happens? Yeah, when you die. What do you think happens? Because you believe in God.
Chug your drink if you got one.
To be honest, I want to believe in God more than I do.
Okay, but what do you believe in more? Do you believe in there genuinely being an afterlife or like black screen?
I don't know if it's black screen, but I can't tell you what happens when we die. And I'm to be perfectly honest, like I would say black screen for the most part. Up until I want to believe in an afterlife. I think it feels good.
Do you think there's an essence of ego behind believing it's black screen? Maybe.
Where can you? I want to know. Maybe he'll say it after, but I want to know how you can get that so backwards. And exactly what Sneako said, that you think that there's this whole system just for you. But somehow you think that people who think that we're just here, and there's nobody who gives a fuck about anything that we do, that somehow has anything to do with ego. But let's let Sneako go off one more time.
Don't you think that's a bit closed-minded to think that?
I think it's more, personally, I think it's more egotistical to think that we go to a place of paradise forever and ever because it just makes us feel good right now, and it makes us more comfortable with the idea of mortality.
Do you think maybe you can't comprehend what that possibly could be? And then because you can't comprehend it...
Nobody can comprehend it. Nobody can comprehend it.
Don't you think black screen is a bit more of a comfortability situation rather than...
No, I think black screen is like the most uncomfortable idea that people have. And I've always had the idea that people gravitate towards religion because of black screen, because they're afraid of nothingness. They're afraid of purgatory. So they gravitate towards religion to give them a sense of comfort in this life. And it gives them an idea of what to follow and what to do, because the scariest thing in everybody's life is that there's nothing afterwards and that there's no point. So religion gives a point to your life.
But don't you think that people are afraid of the unknown? They can't comprehend what could possibly come after, in the afterlife.
The black screen isn't known. Black screen isn't known.
The black screen's known. It's black screen. It's just black. But what isn't known is what you can't comprehend, because you can't comprehend what could possibly be in the afterlife because you've never seen anything like it. So
how can you know that there is anything to comprehend? That is where the ego comes in. You thinking that there is something to know and clinging to the fact without any evidence. That's the point. You're claiming that you have knowledge of something that is unknowable. And Emo says, I would love to see my grandparents again, but I hope they're not watching me, especially when I am alone. Well, I mean, hey, it is what it is. They were watching last time, so they know now.
You can't comprehend it, so it's more comfortable knowing there will be black screen because you know what black screen looks like. They say, I think in Islam...
Listen to the projection. You can't comprehend it. Wow. Wow, the projection. And again, this dude's young. He looks even younger than Sneako. But listen to the projection.
They can't comprehend what could possibly come after, in the afterlife.
The black screen isn't known. Black screen isn't known.
The black screen's known. It's black screen. It's just black. But what isn't known is what you can't comprehend, because you can't comprehend what could possibly be in the afterlife because you've never seen anything.
Right. So we don't know. That's the end of that conversation.
Like it. So you can't comprehend it. So it's more comfortable knowing there will be black screen because you know what black screen looks like. They say, I think in Islam, they say sleep is the cousin of death.
But he didn't say he knows it's black screen. He said he doesn't know. And if he had to guess, it would probably be black screen. Because what other evidence do you have? The only other time any of us have been non-alive was before we were born. And what was that experience like? Was there a before life? Then why should I think there's an afterlife?
Or something like that. So obviously it's like getting a taste of it. You know what it's like when you go to sleep. That's like an essence of black screen. You know what it is. You don't know what's coming. If you believe in an afterlife, you don't know what's coming. There's a fear of the unknown. No, you don't think there's more comfortability in black screen?
If you believe in an afterlife, you don't know what's coming. That's not what those words mean. If you believe in an afterlife, it means you believe that you know what is coming. That is the exact opposite of what you just said, homie.
No.
Stay behind. Thank you, Sneako. Stay behind the camera.
Because that sounds terrible. I think it's more comfortable to think that you're going to be in paradise forever with 72 virgins than to be black screen. Do you guys think that is the 72 virgins thing true?
Yeah, not everyone is going to have 72 virgins.
How could you possibly know that? How could you possibly know that? Oh my God. What studies have you done? What even anecdotal evidence do you have? What ancestors of yours have come back and be like, oh shit, yo, I thought they were fucking around about the grapes and virgins thing, but yo, it's real.
Oh, it's nuanced.
What's the nuance? But yeah, that's a general idea in Islam that you get. Why 72?
So the thing with the numbers in Islam is actually something my teacher taught me. So you know how, I might say,
Again, can't just answer the question. Has to go into a whole diatribe. Why the 72? I don't care about your teacher. We're trying to have a conversation about a huge, wide spectrum, and you're going off on tangents. Nobody gives a shit. Answer the question, or say, I don't fucking know. But you'll never say, I don't know. Because you got to blanket the sins of your brothers, right? You got to make it seem like you fucking know everything. Because if you don't have an answer for everything, then you have an answer for nothing. Any film says the machines created the Matrix, but there was no afterlife. We could create AI. Would we create an afterlife for AI? Hell no. That's just theoretically. That I don't think afterlife, an AI afterlife is something that makes sense. I think that if something is an AI and it exists, then it's anything that it experiences, we would call it its life. So if it's not, if there's a point at which that experience changes into what we would think of as an afterlife, that would still be the life of that machine. Because when the life of the machine is over, there's no experience because it's not working. The machine is no longer functioning. So I don't think that an afterlife AI is something that actually makes sense. But good question. Good question.
Oh, Sneako, I love you. I have a million questions. I don't actually have a million questions. It's an exaggeration. So sometimes they use very specific numbers to exaggerate. Maybe it's exactly 72. Maybe it was just a number that was chosen. Maybe it's just something that God knows we don't know, and that's all we need to know. Just the fact of it. At the end of the day, it's not something that is super important. It's a good question for sure, right? But it's not something I have the answer to.
Also, 72 virgins, is that really eternal paradise? Because how long are those 72 going to last? I feel like if I had 72 virgins, I'm going to, by week
run through them bitches.
In heaven, I did. There's 7 left.
Well,
because they're only virgins for one time, for one session, and then you're just running out.
That's a good point.
Well, bro,
I'll send you a text if you're interested.
Yeah, bro, I got a few things I want to throw in here. So in heaven, in Jannah, what we have, like say you've had dates before, right? The fruit.
I've had dates before.
Yeah, dates like bananas, strawberries, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so in heaven, you would have this fruit that's basically, to you would see it and you'd be like, oh, this is a strawberry. But when you try it, it's not a strawberry. And then usually in this life, if you keep eating, it's like it starts off really good and then it goes progressively downhill. Like you just start getting full, the taste is not there anymore. You don't want to eat it. In heaven, bro, like it just keeps going up. So if you have,
how could you? I feel like I'm repeating myself. But how could you know that? How could you know? Who told you that? The taste of food continues to get better? Where's that in the Quran? Tastes like chicken. Chicken's so good, it'll make you want to smack your mama.
a virgin per se, like let's say you have a virgin,
72.
She will stay a virgin. She will stay a virgin.
That's not how a virgin works, though.
It's not how it works. It's not how it works.
You can't comprehend it.
But it's God, bro. She's a virgin and then you fuck her, but she's a virgin again because it's God, bro. You just can't comprehend it. It has nothing to do with not being a virgin and or being a virgin meaning not having sex. It's just God. You don't get it, bro.
You can't
comprehend it. But you can't comprehend it. Then why is it 72? If they stay virgins forever, then why not just one virgin forever?
It's exactly what he was saying.
If they stay virgins forever, why not just one virgin?
It's a nuance. But aside from that,
it's a nuance. You're taking it out of context. See how much this shit falls the fuck apart? Bring me anything that the strongest thing for religion, any kind of religious claim that you think, like, no way he could. I will not do any research. And you could just present it to me, and I will be able to poke holes in it. It really is like being in the Matrix. I see the code. I can see it. And you can too. If you take the time to actually study it, it's not, in a secret language. So, man, I would love to say, dude, haram!
aside from that, I want to hit the point that you were saying about that this whole like moral compass thing, and that you don't need religion because if you self-reflect, you take the time, you start seeing these things. Look, I get that, I see it as well. In Islam, we have this thing known as the fitra. The fitra is the internal state that everyone is born with, and it's the moral compass that everyone's born with. This is what you were speaking of. That can be tapped into if you self-reflect, if you take the time to be with yourself But the whole point.
So then again, I ask, what is the point of your religion if I don't need to actually follow it and I can still get into heaven? And the morality is within me when I'm born, then what in the fuck do I need all these rules? Who am I praying to 5 times a day? For what reason? I've just completely shattered their entire worldview based on 2 sentences. 2 sentences. And your entire worldview crumbles.
Of religion is to be a guideline for you, right? Like the Quran is the guidebook, it's the instruction manual. Like let's say you bought a bed frame from IKEA, it comes with an instruction manual. Like your ass, bro, you could decide to build the bed frame by yourself, but it's like you probably.
So again, the arrogance to say that when you buy a whatever from IKEA, that it comes with an instruction manual, a guidebook. Yeah, but we know that guidebook is directly relevant to that piece of furniture because the same person who made that furniture also gave us the book. You claim that is the same with your religion, but how do you know? How do you know? Because I can call up IKEA and I'll read them, some serial number on the back of this and whatever. And they'll say, yeah, Alexander Skarsgård did that one. Who are you calling up to make sure what's written in your guidebook is correct? Stupid analogy.
It's going to take a long ass time, and you're probably going to mess some things up in there. But if you just looked at the instruction manual, you could finish it in a fraction of the time. So all the religion is doing, all this guidebook is doing is letting you go through this.
So what if I'm a Christian and I'm trying to build the same thing from IKEA that you are, but now we have 2 different guidebooks? I assume that these Muslims would say you're better off following the Christian guidebook than, not using a book at all. But have you ever bought something that needed some assembly and not used the guidebook? Because I have. And that shit works just fine.
Experience in the best way possible. Versus if you decided, you know what, I'm not going to use this guidebook. Okay, cool. You're doing that, but there's a straight path, and it's like you get on the straight path, and you get off, and you get back on, and get off, get back on, and get off. Versus if you had,
I'm just gonna get a track throughout the whole everything that they say. Just how do you know? How do you know? Who told you that? How do you know? Like, how do you know? Stop saying things. Stop just saying things.
this guidebook is just allowing you to stay on that straight path without having to veer off.
And there we go. And there we go. That's all that they had for him. I know. Thank you, Andy Phil. I wish after let's call it, it's been about a decade. Let's call it a decade. After a decade of having left my religion, I wish that there was something that had come about in the time, in that time, that has warranted me rethinking my position. I want to do that. I want to have a reason to think about, like, okay, maybe I'm wrong about this shit. It just happened with the with politics. I was getting into things in 2015, and I was just watching mainstream media news and getting convinced of this, that, and the other. And then I started looking further. And I started realizing, oh, I'm wrong about that. I'm wrong about that. I'm wrong about that. It's not that I haven't tried. It's just that religion is bullshit. That's all I got for you. Religion is fucking bullshit. So I'm gonna drop the link. Any film, come tell me about Islam. Let's watch the rest of this while we're doing that.
What's happening? They have no personality. They're just there.
So I'm gonna let this play for a little bit, and if nobody comes up, we're just gonna end the stream. The panel is open. Where's the fucking thing? Panel is open.
Taking all their attention, high off of clout, high off of attention. This giant smile with the giant is the result of men getting sadder. That's why they look this fucking happy. And Maribod, you said, yo, you just give me a third of your money, like to college. You're asking too many questions and don't give all your money to me. What are you doing, bro?
That was perfect. Fucking
so many. Think about how many kids just got manipulated by it. If I buy that, maybe I'll get them to go to the bedroom too. They sound hot. Just break it down. Separate the visual aspect. Men, you're visual. You see that and you get tricked. It's a demonic trick that they play. They're fucking succubi. Succubuses. What's the fucking word? Listen to what they're saying. One more time.
It's still on. We're leaving to the bedroom right now.
Or they sound like kids. They sound like that reminded me of being in art class in 7th grade. We're going to the thing right now. We're going right now, like a pouty little dumbass kid. They don't have to mature. They act like kids. They gravitate towards a man who's going to provide for them. And now all of you are providing for them. So they never have to mature. They never have to develop a personality because you're all their dads. They just run around like little girls until they're fucking 38, cashing out on you, providing for them. They're benefiting off of the natural parts of a relationship, providing for a female, but on thousands and millions of men. And you don't get anything in return. The only thing you get in return is a nut through your screen, but you get none of the nurturing, none of the female nature, none of the compassion, none of that. They just cash out on you.
Come on, guys. Come on up.
Get happier and dumber, and you get broker and sadder.
That was perfect.
It's supposed to be a party for us. Making me do all the work. Come on. Come on up. Come on up. Don't be scared.
Fucking brand deal's done. Went to the grocery store. It's me, you, 2 hot chicks, and a fucking ranch in the middle of the mountains. Let's figure out what's going on with these fucking girls.
What do we got here? Looks like we got plenty of room for the whole posse here.
I don't think anybody else is
one
here.
employee.
All right. Well, then, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. The party always continues in Discord. Make sure you hit up the Discord. The link is in the description. Also in the description are some support links. This shit ain't free and work ain't going so well. Please, if you can help out the channel, the Indian Jesus, $ the Indian Jesus would be awesome. But you don't have to do any of that. It is completely free to like, to comment, to subscribe, to ring the bell, to share it with your friends, to tell your friends, and to be right back here 2 days, Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Be right here. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed it. I know that, sometimes we'll go through stuff. We'll, get through. Oh, we got a last minute addition here. What's going on, Trey?
My guy. What's up?
Came in right at the buzzer.
I was listening to you as I was working out and at the rec. So I've been
word up.
Had to get a little sweat in and a little aggression out.
Okay. So what do you what did you think about all this religion bashing I was doing?
Well, so I've grown up around enough people that don't believe in God to where like I can separate your beliefs from my beliefs and still see you as a real person. So trust me, I had a good laugh out of it too, because I also question things in my religion. Like I definitely don't follow the Christianity ideology as much as I should. Seeing as I definitely do have sex outside of marriage. So
yeah, just throw that one in there, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
make sure everybody knows Trey fucks.
But no, just because that's the one I struggle with the most. I've never really been into like drugs. I've never been into gambling, stealing.
So let me ask you about that then. Why do you feel like it's okay to have sex outside of marriage?
I'm just weak. I'm weak-willed. Not weak-willed in the sense of like I fiend for it, but weak-willed if you're pitching, I'm willing to catch it.
So, I mean, is that something that you're working on? Is that something you've accepted that's just not your strong point?
I'm working on it, definitely. One, just off the mere fact that I'm getting older, and two, for me, I'll say this. I grew up where I know plenty of Christians that definitely didn't follow that rule as well. So,
yup.
So for me, it's like, oh, okay. I guess we skipped that rule. Cool.
But yeah, but just because, and I'm right there with you because my first serious girlfriend, I actually met her at church. I was brought up in the Catholic church, and then right around when I was in 8th grade, we had moved to a Methodist church, and a Methodist church is a lot more, let's just say, fun than a Catholic church, and they had like youth group, and there was stuff to do.
You gotta try Baptist.
Was that?
You got to try Baptist. They're even funner.
I bet. But the as far as boring white people churches, that was a lot more engaging. With youth group, and I actually found my my first girlfriend there, and I had intended at the time. I tell you guys, I was dead on balls. I was serious about this shit. I intended to wait until marriage.
Bless your little heart. That
I was 15, and she was like, "Yo."
So just to show you how different we are, 15, I was no longer a virgin.
Damn, you got it in early.
Well,
but my point is though that like I was willing to. That was something that I wanted to stay a virgin until I was married. Because I thought that's what God wanted. And then at 15 years old, I was weak to the flesh, Lord. I was weak to the flesh. And you got this she was all right, let's but and then I was in a relationship with her, so it wasn't like a random hookup that like just happened once, or a random hookup and then that just opened the floodgates to a bunch of hookups. It just kind of felt like, all right, well, we kind of already did this, and like I did love her and all of that good stuff, so it didn't really feel that that bad. But then as I got older and I started to question things, it was like, oh, wait a minute, like the rules are the rules. So what is it that how do you determine what is okay to do and to not do when it comes to things that are supposedly sinful?
So I choose not to be naive, and I choose to understand that I am living in sin. So I think that's one of the first differences. I would say personally, and I think a lot of people choose to act like their sins don't exist. My second thing is trying to like the weird thing about it, because I battle with it strong. I actually developed a porn and masturbation addiction from trying to stop a sex addiction. And I justified it by being like, well, at least I ain't out here just fucking any random thing. But then I found myself having to watch it at least once a day. Like, not like I fiend for it. Like, if I watched it in the morning, then I didn't have to watch it later on that day. If I went the whole day without watching it, by the time I went to bed, it's like, I might as well watch one and rub one out real quick. But it would also replace that urge of when, like, a girl I like started really texting me. It's like, hey, what you doing right now? And it's like, oh, I know where this is going to lead.
Well, but how old were you? What age are we talking about?
Early. I was probably, so like, okay. Probably 19,
It's
19,
a sex addiction, homie. That's just being 19.
Well, but that was the thing where I actually looked at myself and was like, okay, maybe you're starting. Like, it felt to the point where like I was starting to denigrate myself with who I was sleeping with. And it was like at 19, I shouldn't even be feeling that way yet.
Mm.
And so, but then I also realized like most of my male influences, by the time I was 15, most of them were already 22, 23, 24.
That's yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about is, you know, what kind of model of relationships did you have growing up?
So like my dad's in prison. My dad's been in prison since I was 5. He got 66 years. And
damn.
I grew up with like my uncle and like all my cousins from East Texas. So like they grow up in like a little country ass town. So it's a lot different. Like the way they grow up compared to like in the city is different.
How's
so
that? I mean, I know the different. Like they're
like,
different, but in your experience,
it's not out of pocket to see a 14-year-old pregnant in the country. So like my cousins being from the country and then moving to the city, now they're like, because it was the same thing with my granddad. My granddad said he experienced the same thing from moving from that little country town to Dallas where he met my grandmother. And he was like, you went from seeing like girls you grew up with to just women. So
right.
all my male influences moved to my city where I'm originally, like I'm from here. Y'all moved here and now y'all are like having fun because now y'all in the big city.
Mm.
So I seen, hey, I got this one chick. Hey, nephew, ride with me to go pull up on this chick. Like they would always take me to get my haircuts and stuff, take me to get football equipment and everything. And sure enough, we gonna stop by a chick house. So that's why I say like early, I never had an issue with women. That's how like I look at red pill so different. But I never could understand why we were okay with that sin being broken. But once I realized like, okay, everybody's breaking it, might as well do it.
And so, because that kind of confuses me, especially if you know that and again, I understand we're talking about a you know, like I said, I was in the same mindset at that age, but I'm just curious as to how you look back on it. That we know that other people, even if they are like, let's say people who are not Christians, are not going to have an issue with premarital or extramarital sex. So like, especially by, you know, what we grew up, you know, we were 19 in the 2000s, so it's not like it was way back when. Like we knew what was
2012 I was 19.
Yeah, so how is it that we are able to so easily explain away this notion that God wants you to do this, but I'm just going to do that?
Lamest terms, like just the easiest way to put it, excuses like an asshole, everybody got one. Like just being straightforward and honest, like excuses like an asshole. We all make excuses to justify our bullshit. So like I can't say I'm right for what I'm doing. I just try to put an excuse to buffer my bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And I can be honest about it. Like I can be personally honest about it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm just and yeah, I'm asking because you're being so honest, and I appreciate that you're sharing with us. And again, it's just I'm not, you know, coming down on you. It's just a curiosity.
I personally believe you like for as much as I can take a joke. So for as much as I know you're joking, I also know it comes from a place of like willingness.
And like, yeah, when we have conversations like this, I'm not joking at all. I'm genuinely interested in your you know, your story and your thoughts and
My neighbor
so
dog is pissed off right now.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but
nah, it's my neighbor's dog. I'm moving away. I was outside.
So
living
what
in a
is
Christian household? You can't smoke reefer in the house.
So let me ask you this then: what is the thought process like when you've already decided, okay, I'm gonna do this sinful thing, and then you come to the place where that the fact that other people are doing it as well doesn't fly anymore. Obviously, at some point you were like, okay, I know this is not something that I should be doing for whatever reason, whether it was religious or not, but you got to that point. What is the thought process from a religious standpoint that I'm doing this thing that God wouldn't like? Where do you go from there?
Well, the first thing to do is, like, in all actuality, is to repent. Like, me personally, I can say when I've done certain things I know, like, it's definitely against my religion, I do feel like a sense of shame. And it does kind of it forces me to look in the mirror and be like, okay, what are you going to do? Like, are you going to keep doing it, or are you going to try to change? And so,
does that shame come from the fact that God is telling you something that you know to be right, or does it come from the fact that you are not in alignment with what God says?
Okay, so I'm not understanding the first part of it, and then I can probably give you a better answer.
So, like, if you're saying, like, okay, I know I shouldn't be doing this, and I feel shame. Are you feeling shameful that you're diverting from what God wants, or are you feeling shameful that like, if you're only feeling shameful because of the observation of God, whereas if God wasn't there, you'd be cool with just being in the streets? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. So
So if God wasn't there, would you feel shame about your behavior?
Not 100% all the time, because there has been times where even with this, where it's like I pull an excuse out my ass and try to justify it within myself. So I can't say there's times where it's like I'll be like, all right, I did what I did. I got a nut off. All right, cool. But then there's sometimes where, like, I'm sitting in the car like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, I know better than this, and I still did it. So, like, I can truly say both sometimes, because sometimes it is like, all right, whatever. Got my rocks off, cool, on about my day.
Because I mean, I'm just wondering if there is, especially in this very modern dating world, you can go really far down that road without any type of resistance from the physical world. You know what I mean? You could hoe yourself out before anything really comes to mess with you.
And you're 1,000% right. I was just gonna say, I knew where that was headed, but you're 1,000% right, and that's where it comes to me having the willingness to want to do it. And so I'll say this: there are certain sins I look at and be like, I can't believe you niggas actually think that it's worth doing that. Then there's some sins where it's like I cover my eyes. Then there's some sins where it's like, man, fuck it, I'll do it too. So it's like you have to realize, no, nigga, all of these are sins and you have to follow them. But then it's also at the same time, it's always just that willingness to want to pull that excuse out your ass to justify it.
Well, I guess the good thing is that at least you and I and most of us who are
so
good.
I'm sorry for cutting you off for one, but I'll say this.
I don't know where I was going with that, so thank you.
I think it depends on how your family teaches Christianity to you. And I understand what you're probably going to say next is because it's supposed to be one circular thing, so it should be like true and right. But like I like, because my grandfather, like I said, my grandfather found, like, he became like a fool, decided to walk the Christian lifestyle at 35. So he talked to me about his life before he changed to Christianity and then after. And it's like, okay, that makes sense how you can feel the stability that, it came from. So I was always taught, you're going to have an up and down past. Life is a journey. And when you truly make that decision to walk for God, you will make that decision and you'll walk. But you better do it before it's too late.
Beautiful, beautiful. I like that. We got indie film. I didn't think we would see indie film. What's going on?
Hey, I don't know. Can you hear me? I've
Yes,
never
sir.
done this before. I'm very scared.
Do not be scared. It's just me and Trey. What's up?
We're
What's up?
echoing
So
on the
what?
deck here, trying to be quiet.
Yeah. What you got on all
I don't know.
this?
You just, usually I don't got nothing. I just, usually you got like 10 guys on here talking it up, and I just watch, and I felt bad, so I thought I got to get on here and continue the chat going.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So,
I missed half of it.
are you're hey, let's add Salty to the
Oh
stream
my
as
God, do that.
well. What's good?
Shit,
So,
now that Salty's here, I don't know what to say.
and Salty, I think you're getting a little echo. So yeah, Indy, can you tell us a little bit, if you want to? Can you tell us a little bit about your personal religious beliefs? It sounds like you're a Christian of sorts.
Me?
Oh,
Or who?
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Indie film?
That would be me. No, I was raised Catholic, like you, I assume, and just kind of, after Catholic high school, just fell away, and like I said, I mean, I wish I had the faith that my grandmother had on her deathbed, but I don't. Maybe when I'm on my deathbed, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm going to heaven, but
maybe
don't have that right now. Yeah. So I mean, I don't even know if I'm agnostic or just an atheist or just hanging
Oh well,
out.
whenever I hear agnostic and atheist, I've got to go into my rant so that everybody knows of the difference between agnostic and atheist. That let me go full screen. That of course, Gnosticism with a G means knowledge. Theism is the belief in a god or gods. The prefix, means without. So agnostic means without knowledge, and atheist means without a belief in a god or gods. So if you don't have a belief in a god or gods, and you don't know whether God exists or not, then you are an agnostic atheist. If you are somebody who believes wholeheartedly that God does not exist in the affirmative, then you are a Gnostic atheist. Very few people are, but thank you, Unifilm. Salty! Oh, and Revolvement's back. What is good, Revolvement? Salty, what have you got on all this?
I wasn't here, but there is one thing I would like to say is that from my religion, it isn't about like we know God is there, we know that there's a God. It's just about believing that there is a God, like some sort of higher power, I guess. It's more about taking a leap of faith than actually knowing. Because the Bible is.
How do you define your religion? What do you identify your religion as?
It is LDS, not a very outspoken, good history of religion, but it's a good religion because it is, I would say, I don't know how it really differs from religion, aside from the fact that we are more about the freedom of choice than just following the rule of God,
Not really. What? So what is? Let's just do. Why don't we do this? I wanna. That sounds like a something that I'd like to dig my teeth into. So, indie film. Is there anything else that you want to add about your religion? Anything else that we've talked about on the stream today?
Well, I think you could characterize me as an atheist in a way, but I'm pro-religion in some sorts, because I think that religion does do a lot of positive things. Sans, Islam, does do a lot of positive things for people.
Well, can you have religion in general though without having the types of things that make Islam not a good religion? Is that possible?
Oh, you can have bad religions, cults.
Right,
I'll be
but
right-
can the
I'll
notion
be
of
right back. There's a stray cat in my house. One sec.
fair enough.
I think, I mean, I've known people who were, hell raisers and drinkers and drug users, and they turned to Jesus or whatever, and they've become upstanding members of society and opened businesses and raised families and had a positive impact on the world. And if that, Jesus wasn't there, if that religion wasn't there, who knows what would have happened? Maybe they would have still turned their lives around. Maybe they would be dead now. I don't know.
So-
It gave them something to focus on. It's like, I think we talked about how environmentalism or the green movement is a religion in a lot of ways. And that.
But so I don't disagree.
That's more of a negative religion.
I don't disagree that the things that you're talking about are positive effects, but the notion that I like to represent is that it shouldn't take lies and falsities for people to behave in a way that we want them to behave and to feel as they should feel. We shouldn't need supernaturality.
Okay, well, what lies?
That
The
God
lies
exists.
that there's an afterlife and God exists. Okay, but you're
the lies that you're being watched, the lies that if you do X, Y, and Z, you're going to suffer for eternity in fire and brimstone, especially if you're talking to a child.
maybe some brains are just wired to work that way, and that's the right, it's the right square peg to go into the square slot that works for them. Not everybody's brain is wired the same way. Not everybody was raised the same way. Maybe there's something that just clicks, and there's something missing in their world. And for you, it'd be like, hey, just do the right thing. But maybe they don't have that in their brain, or it's just not. It's at 100% in your brain, but it's at 25% in their brain, and they can't do it without having some external force,
So
at least
usually,
in their mind.
what it sounds like you're talking about, somebody who based on their own faculties, cannot follow the rules of society. Sounds like you're talking about a criminal. It sounds like you're talking about either a criminal or somebody who is mentally deficient and needs to be removed from society. If we have handicapped our society to the point where most people can't develop morals, I think we've gone off the deep end. No?
Well, I think that humans are wired to need something to believe in. If you look at the left, what they believe in, like the green movement, that is like, it's a magical force. If you don't recycle, so the earth is going to die. It's like that's a religion, and they're atheists.
It's based in science, though. It may be based in faulty science. Absolutely, it may be based in faulty science. It may be based in faulty science. But you don't. Hold on. It may be based in faulty science, but you do not need to break any of the laws of physics or any of the laws of any scientific establishment to say that the environment is, screwed because of greenhouse gases or whatever it is.
But what if that's a lie? But you believe it.
I mean, that's
you believe in global warming, and then there's a lot of
but that's what I'm
evidence
trying to say.
That's what I'm trying. That's
what I'm trying to say, though.
Believing in it.
That's what I'm trying to say, though, is that we're both dealing with lies, whether we're talking about God or we're talking about global warming. For the sake of this argument, then let's accept they're both lies, but one of them is a lie that's based on on other truths, on other realities with evidence, and maybe they're wrong, and maybe they're twisted in such a way that they're not accurate, but they're not fanciful. There's nothing fantasy about global warming.
I mean, fantasy and false.
That's not the same thing.
Global warming, people don't. Okay, there's no dragons in global warming.
Right.
You know, I understand what you're saying, but I think it still plugs into this human need to have like some outer force that you're complying with or that's guiding you in some way. You know, how people do yoga, right? Is that a religion? Yeah, yoga is a religion. Do they see it as a religion? I don't know.
I don't think. How is yoga a religion? How is yoga a religion?
Yoga is a religion. It was started as a religion. You look at yogis. Yogis were religious leaders.
Is that how it is practiced today?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You know, they don't. I don't think they're taking communion or anything when they're doing the downward dog, but
exactly, it's an Instagram thing. I mean, that's what it's become. And that's what is supposed to happen with religion as time goes on, is that we have religion and is the best explanation for some aspect of life or whatever. And then we learn more and it gets relegated to mythos. Everything that we thought, you know, the sun god, the Thor, god of thunder, those were all actual religious beliefs. And now we know better.
yeah, I just see it as the same thing as belonging to a motorcycle gang or whatever. It belonging to groups. You know, I think there's just some innate thing in humans just need to belong, to have a set of guidelines, rules, or whatever.
I absolutely agree. And don't you think it's such a horrible thing that so many people are either not getting that aspect of community or going to leftist politics for that sense of community because it doesn't exist anywhere else except within the confines of religion? Isn't that a terrible thing? Isn't that something we should open up to everybody?
Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, I think there's some people like that. Sorry, I have to switch. My phone was dying, and I'm trying to switch the power here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's. But I just think there's an innate need in people. I think it's probably because you go back to the dawn of man, and the people that gathered together, right, survived. And then they built these rituals to keep them together.
But my point is that you don't need to break the laws of physics to form a community. You can, like you said, it could be a motorcycle group. The idea is that people are together. Why do we have to bring in things that are not even not proven, not able to be proved?
You mean faith? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, why do Jews not eat pork? You know, why is that part of religion? Why is everything have to be kosher?
Hey, Posital, showing up at the last minute as always. Welcome, brother. We're having a discussion, debate, whatever you want to call it, about religion. Welcome. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying that why in Judaism do you have kosher foods? You know, you can't eat pork, you can't eat, I don't know, clams or whatever.
Well, yeah, but I think that's equally as silly.
Yeah, but the reason for that was because people were dying because they weren't cooking it properly. So they made it a religious tenet, like, to keep people safe.
Right.
And then people just followed it, and they still follow it. So it's silly now, obviously, but they still follow it. You know. No, just
right.
I think
But here's Here's what people still follow. So originally, it was people were getting sick. And so, you know, the idea of kosher came around. Then we understood germ theory and that germs die at 140 degrees Fahrenheit, and so you just cook your pork all the way through, and you're good. That's what we now know. Kosher is not science, but the food temperature is science. I just don't understand, like, some of the tenets, whether it's the values, whether it's the rituals, what there's pieces, whatever piece you want to take. There's pieces of religion that absolutely are good, are helpful, are whatever. I just don't understand why people who believe in those things and want to spread those ideas and values feel the need to gatekeep those values by attaching them to beliefs that we don't have a choice whether or not to believe in. As we went over on Monday, I don't have the choice to believe in God. I don't have that choice. Neither do you. Nobody has the belief is not a choice. Right?
It just happens or doesn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, well, I was using the example of unicorns and leprechauns. Like, you can't decide.
Leprechauns. I'm Irish.
Yeah, you can't. So Positile is asking, are you a firm believer?
In what?
In
religion? No, I don't believe in religion.
Okay, so
I'm just looking at the other side and reasons and why it can be positive. I don't believe that sans Islam that religion is negative, or Jim Jordan, who had everybody drink the Kool-Aid. There's some bad religions, but I also think there's some bad atheists. If you look at communism and the getting rid of all religion to control the people.
Let me pick on that though. But you said there's some bad. You used Jonestown as an example, right? So why did the people of Jonestown die?
Because they had a faith in Jim Jones,
right,
and followed him to the end. The majority of them,
right?
Now, quite a few of them didn't have the faith and were shot or forced to drink the Kool-Aid.
Okay, but so for those who chose to drink the Kool-Aid, they chose to drink the Kool-Aid based on what they believed in.
Yes.
I'm blanking on the point that I was going to make. God damn it.
You were going to say, oh, I get it. You're right.
Oh. So, no. The people of Jonestown, they behaved in such a way that was negative for them based on what they believed. The atheist dictators throughout history did not behave in the way they did because of their lack of belief. You could say that the same way Mussolini was an atheist, he was a painter. What does it have to do with anything?
Was Mussolini a painter? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. But I'm saying if, for example, that he was a painter. The fact that he didn't take over his people and become an evil dictator because of his supposed love of painting. He took over and also was a painter. And so the point is he took over all these people and also was an atheist. There was nothing about not believing in a God that told him to do these things.
No. So I think with like communism, that they got rid of religion.
We'll come back
because it was a threat to communism. So the leaders of Stalin or Marx,
right? But those are
they could have been religious men,
right?
But they had to get rid of religion and supplant it with their ideologies.
Why?
And that became the new religion.
Why?
For people, because it was a threat to their existence. They couldn't control the masses
not because of their faith, but because of their political desires.
Correct. And they could have been religious.
So
they could have had.
You're conflating.
I'm trying to make your point.
Dad?
I'm literally standing here on the deck looking at my phone that has 3% charge. And I've got it plugged in, and I'm just like, come on, stay with me. Stay with me, phone.
Go ahead.
Stay
I'm
with
right
me.
here. I'm right here.
No. I'm just trying to stay with it. But yeah,
But no, so my
I'm just
point
saying,
was,
not religion overall. It's not a bad thing for somebody to have faith.
why?
Now, what they have faith, I don't. Your parents have faith. Are they bad people?
No, but that's a bad thing about
Is that
them.
gonna? Is it?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
I
is.
think it is a bad thing.
Absolutely, it caused me years of depression and
Okay, so it's a bad
self-deletion
thing because
ideation.
it's a bad thing because of the way it influenced you.
Yeah.
The effect it had on you.
I think if a
and
parent
their,
negatively, I think if a parent drives their child to want to self-delete, I think that's objectively bad. No.
Yeah, I agree. I
Okay.
agree.
Okay.
But there's probably a few parents out there that have faith that don't do that. Also,
Right. Okay.
There's probably some people out there that have some faith in something that are generally good people.
I'm not denying that. You're still missing the point. The point is that the people who are carrying out atrocities in the name of religion, they are doing so because of the things they believe.
Okay, hold on. I didn't know we were talking about people carrying out atrocities in the name of religion. Yes.
We were just talking about Mussolini.
Well, he didn't carry that out in the name of religion. He was just a fascist.
That's my point, though. That's my point. That's my point. Is that he was carrying out? Everybody wants to point to him as the atheist leader. Oh, look what atheism brought us to. No. He was a communist. He was a dictator. His belief in God is as relevant as how much he liked painting. That was my original point. Whereas the religious people who've done what they did is directly tied to their faith. Unlike Mussolini.
So Mussolini, you're saying, was religious.
No, he was an atheist. But I'm just saying that
an atheist. But how was it tied to his religion?
But his atheism has nothing to do. Okay. So again, let's say he was an atheist, and let's say he was an Italian.
See,
right? So good one. So was it the fact that he was Italian? Did that cause him to be an evil dictator, or is that just another thing about him?
I don't know. Maybe his parents were atheists growing up, and that made him become. Who knows? I mean, Hitler is an evil dictator. He wasn't Italian. He was Austrian. There's a lot of evil dictators out there that are religious or aren't religious or whatever.
No. Hold on. Okay. No. He did not. Mussolini did not become a dictator because of atheist parents,
or because he was Italian.
He had political aspirations, and was an asshole. And was an evil dictator. Those are two different things.
I agree. Okay.
And so you can be a good person or a bad person because of something. And then you could be a good person or a bad person and also something else. You can be a good person because you believe that God is watching you. And so you're always trying to be a good person. You can be a good person because of your religion. You can also be a religious person, not give a shit about what God thinks, and be a good person because you want to be a good person. You can also believe in religion and be a bad person. Some of these are direct connections, and some of them are not. So let's see. Pascal says, but what's done more good to the world or for the world? Religion or science?
I mean, I guess science. It depends on what you think is good. I mean, abortion is science, right? Has abortion killed more people than religion? I'm guessing yes.
Yeah, but I
Well,
think
it's
if
pretty
you,
up-
I
it's
think if you,
getting close
I
if
would
it's
agree.
not.
Yes, but I think if you match up procedure deaths, as we call them on the channel, if you match up the procedures to all the lives saved by medical science, then probably going to even out. So Paz says most religious people are hypocrites. Agreed. They seek science to assist themselves in bad times, like diseases, instead of staying home and praying for their God to save them without taking any medicine made by non-believers.
Again, here's the atheist supporting religion. Have you ever heard the thing about the guy in the flood, and he's in his house and there's a flood and it's up to his first floor, and the truck pulls up, hey, get in the flood door. No, God's going to take care of me. And then he gets up to the second floor, and a boat comes, and he's like, oh, get in the boat, the water's coming up. He says, no, God will take care of me. And then he's on the roof, and a helicopter's up there, and the Coast Guard's trying to get him, and he's like, no, God's going to take care of me. Flood washes him away, he drowns, he gets to heaven. He's like, God, I thought you would take care of me. He's like, I sent a fucking truck, I sent a boat, I sent a freaking helicopter. That's science.
What else do you want?
If you look at that, what do you want? I think I had mentioned a while back, the guy that came up with the idea of the Big Bang was a priest. He was a Catholic priest who was also a scientist and developed this idea of the Big Bang, and the Big Bang, and that was his idea of God, right? God, there was nothing, and then there was a Big Bang. And in studying, the formation of the universe or the galaxies and everything's moving out. And he's like, well, God, some God particle started this. It was a Big Bang. So that's science and religion. I mean, Einstein was religious. A lot of these guys that were religious.
But
Darwin was religious. It doesn't mean
everybody was religious before a certain point, because again, religion was the science of the time. And so the people that you're naming are the reason that we separate religion and science today. They are the ones who did better than the religion in terms of accurately mapping the world. So,
or did they do better because of the religion?
I mean, that's quite a claim to make. If you could back that up.
I can't back up either. I can't back up they did better because withstanding the religion, or because of the religious thing.
That's not what I said. I said they did better than the religion at accurately modeling the reality of our world.
Okay.
The reality of our world is not that the world was built in 7 days. The reality of the world is not there was day and night before the sun existed. We had religious ideas, and then Galileo, a very Christian man, saw the science of a heliocentric solar system. All of these people were religious because they were the ones that brought us out of religion being the best of our knowledge. Had it not been for them, our best knowledge would still be the Bible or the Quran or whatever. It's the people who were part of it. That's like saying the in 100 years after the American Empire has fallen, that's like saying, well, all the best medical advancements came from America. It's like, well, yeah, because that's where all of the medical innovation was happening for the most part. It has nothing to do with whether you were born here or born.
I think that if the American society or economy or structure nurtures that, you can't say that if the United States doesn't nurture all the best innovation.
I didn't
claim it just happened because there happened to be American guys here, but so if you look at say the Catholic Church, okay.
What I said was that because there's very good reasons as to why all of the medical innovations happen to occur in America for the most part. I'm sure shit happens all over the world, but for the most part, America is leading medical science, as far as I know, unless somebody. So
no, yeah, I agree.
So in 500 years after the American Empire has fallen, if we are then to say that some medical thing that we use today that's it. That's, you know, antiquated within 500 years. I said, well, it's American. The Americans came up with all this and that and that. And of course, Americans came, because this is where all the money is going for scientific innovation. Similarly, it's not a great analogy, but the analogy I'm trying to make is that everybody was Christian at the time. There was no atheists at that time. It was just an accepted thing that you believe in God. The science that we're talking about came out of those people who believed and learned more and didn't take, oh, God did it as the answer.
I think you're more correct than you know, because, you know, all the universities at the time of the Renaissance or whatever were all funded by the Catholic Church. They started all these universities that started all this intellectual stuff that happened in the Renaissance and everything.
They started everything. That's where all the money was.
Yeah, that's where all the money was, and they started all these universities. So that's where all the science came from. So I mean, again, you're right. You don't even know how right you are.
Oh, I know it, buddy. Right. I know it. That's why I said it. So Pazdal says Einstein was not religious. He was agnostic. He did not believe in life after death. I am going to slightly disagree and say that he was a deist. And I say slightly because that doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't agnostic, as we've gone over before. But I think he became less agnostic towards the end of his life and became more of a firm deist. What was his famous line? The god of Spinoza. Some when he was dealing with relativity, he was saying something about, God, something, and people use that. Quote Einstein. Well, Einstein believed in God. No, he was talking about like just the grandness of the universe. But no, he did not believe.
I think he had some line about the design of the universe, but I don't remember. And if I apologize if I drop my phone's currently at 2%, trying to charge, but you are using up so much juice in my phone that it can't handle it. I'm going to have to hook up to like the 220 amp electricity in my house just to power this and keep it going.
Well, I'm glad you're here as long as you can. Pazal says the world started to become better after individuals started questioning religion. Well, see, now this is the inverse of what I was just saying. Of course, the world started getting better after individuals started questioning religion, because that was the time at which people started questioning religion.
When was that time?
When, right around, I mean, it wasn't a specific time. It was
the Renaissance.
Yeah, it was a period of time, the Enlightenment, and you had your Isaac Newton was starting to figure out the laws of physics.
Yeah, but did he question religion? That's a broad statement.
No, he didn't question religion. But that's my point. People were questioning religion because of the works of religious people.
Okay.
Newton came up with the laws of gravity, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was a believer, and it was people afterwards. But again, the point being that it just is dependent on where the knowledge is. Where are people? Like the world also started getting better. Before people were questioning religion. After they stopped believing that witches were in existence. Like it's not as straightforward as religion made everything bad and science made everything good. It's just not that simple.
I agree.
But it is pretty straightforward that today, now, there is no reason to hold on to religion, and that everything, every benefit that can come from a religion, and I'm using religion in a way that inherently has some supernatural divine aspect. So anything that can come from religion does not need to tap into divinity or supernaturality. Meaning we do not need to lie to people to experience the benefits of what religion offers. I believe we can have all of the benefits of religion without believing in things that are not true, or without believing in things that cannot be proven or disproven, or without believing in things that we just don't know.
Did you see the show? I don't remember the name, but it might have been on Amazon or Hulu or Netflix, where somebody discovered the afterlife and proved that there was an afterlife. And the result was people that had shitty lives were committing suicide because they said, screw this life, I'm going to the afterlife. I think it was a show, but maybe it was a movie. I don't remember.
Because if you're talking,
I thought it was a TV, like a series.
I'm thinking of something with Jason Segel on.
Yeah, well, we need to bounce.
Netflix. Hold on.
Strip
Shut
clubs.
up. Fuck. What is it called? But the dude discovers that there is an afterlife, right? It's a science thing.
He's a scientist, and he proves that there's an afterlife. And then he's got people like saying, thank you for proving this, and then shooting themselves in the head in front of him.
Yeah. Great movie.
Was it a movie?
Yeah.
I'll have to watch it. I thought it was a series. I'll have to find it, watch it if you find the name.
It's on here somewhere. But yeah, what was the point I'm bringing up?
Well, the point is, what happens if there is proof of an afterlife?
Oh, well, that changes things immeasurably. If God were to come down and if I were to see that God exists, that would absolutely change, a lot of things about how I view the world. Morally, I don't really think it would change much. Because if God does exist as portrayed in the Bible, then he's a fucking asshole. So
okay, so God coming down, how would you know it was really God? Have you ever seen the Star Trek Next Generation episode where they go to this planet and this female is there and saying she's a god, and they had a pact for 1,000 years and she would return and collect, and she was a scam artist, but she had all this technology that made her appear as a god, and the planet was ready to turn everything over to her and just obey her because she fit the mold of their 1,000-year religious belief.
Yeah.
So how would you know?
That's a fantastic point, and thank you for bringing that up, because I wouldn't. So practically speaking, I don't know what it would look like for me to accept the existence of God. I'm just saying if that happened, I wouldn't pretend that it didn't. But if there was something, Clarke's third law of thermodynamics, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. There's no way for me to know if something I saw was actually God. And as an empiricist, I would simply determine, okay, that this is either something that, I don't understand, I need to explore further, or it's something that, for me personally, I don't need other people to believe. I don't need the empirical evidence that I thought I did. I saw what I saw, and that changed me, and whatever. I'm perfectly open to the fact that might be a possibility, but I don't think so. So let's see. Positile says here, remember that most religious leaders used to use science as a tool to spread their ideas and politics. The nuclear bomb was created by science, but dropped by religious people, and that's a fact. Well, I mean, okay, but it's a good line, but what does that really mean? So I don't believe in.
I don't know that a religious person would drop a nuclear bomb.
I think it's pretty well documented about the people in the Manhattan Project.
Truman.
Yeah,
they were Nazis.
But more so fucking, what's his name? Like the I am the destroyer of worlds guy.
Heisenberg.
Heisenberg. Nope, that's Breaking Bad.
Yeah, but he got that name from
that was good.
What was the guy's name? The rocket scientist.
Something Heimer.
Oh,
I'm still looking for this movie. Oppenheimer. There you go.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just because he's a religious man. That's my point, is that it doesn't amount to much. So he says, I don't believe in an afterlife, but I want to be wrong so bad. But I know this idea of afterlife was created by men scared to death. Yes. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I would love to feel like that I was taken care of. That this life is just, a trial, and it's just about doing the best that I can do here. But it doesn't matter, because then I'm going to be saved by this, that, or the other. I would love to go back to be able to believing that. But I
are you?
I would.
But are you?
Yeah, dude. I would love to be able to believe in religion again. I'm most atheists will tell you that being
I'm the same way. I wish I had faith. I really do.
It would be this is pissing me off.
It'd probably stop my murder spree.
Yeah, right. That's the every religious person. Well, what if there's no God? Why aren't you just RPing and murdering?
Too much work.
I swear to God, if this movie's not here, where is it? The Discovery. That's the movie,
It's called
right?
The Discovery. All right, I'm meant to watch it. It's a movie.
It's a movie.
All right.
2017.
What was it on?
I knew it.
Was
Jason
it on
Segel, it's on Netflix.
Who was the main character?
Jason Segel.
Like the scientist.
The scientist was Robert Redford.
Robert Redford. Okay. I knew it was like a big name, old school dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Jason Segel and Jesse Plemons are his sons, and then Rooney Mara. Yo, that's a great movie.
Have you seen The Man from Earth?
I don't think so.
Put that on your list. It's really interesting. I think it was a play, so it's set up. It just all takes place like at a house, but it's really interesting. It's not great. There's not a lot of money that went into it, but there's some names in it. Some people you recognize. But it's really interesting take on Jesus.
Okay. Well, you've given me quite an interesting take on Jesus, and especially as a not a firm believer, to use Positano's words. You definitely gave a lot of good devil's advocate positions, and some maybe you believe in, maybe some you were just challenging me, but very well done. Very well done.
Thank you. Hopefully I kissed up enough to get invited back. That's the one.
Oh, always, brother. Come on. You don't got to kiss up for that. Anything to share with the people, your social media or anything like that?
Yeah, like and subscribe to the Indian Jesus.
I love it. All right, brother. I'm about to close down. Thank you so much for coming to hang out, and hope to see you next time.
All right. See you later.
Take care, bro. All right. So, as always, we went left, we went right, we went up, and we went down the whole fucking thing. And I want to thank Any Film for coming up and, challenging some of these ideas the way he did. Also want to thank Trey and Salty for hopping up here. I didn't seem like you guys were super interested in the the religion talk when these Muslim dudes were kind of spinning their wheels, but that it's not always going to be the most exciting, fun, sheer entertainment thing when you come here. We come here to party, but we come here to be better. We come here to learn. And I hope that we learned a little something. And if we didn't, then I hope we had fun. I really do want you guys to join the Discord. Like I said, the link is in the description. I really do want you guys to join the Discord because I want to be able to talk to you between streams, and I want to bring you guys the stuff that you want to see. So if you're whatever it is that you want to see, if you don't tell me that, then I can't do it. So make sure you hit the link in the description. Also in the description, you guys know those support links. Please do help out the channel. It helps so much. But if you can't do that, it is absolutely free to like, to comment, to subscribe, to share, to tell your friends, to do all of that stuff. It's totally free. And now that we passed 500 subscribers, I do have the community tab. Make sure you keep up with that. I'm going to be using that as a way, not just to keep in touch with you guys, but also to shape what we do during the streams. So again, if you are not participating in the community tab, then your opinion will not be factored in when we do the streams. Thank you again, guys. I really appreciate every goddamn second you are here. Thank you so much. Don't forget to check out mysickshirt.com. That's the end of the party, guys. I'm your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.